Now calling to order special meeting of the Community Union School District 303 School Board on Saturday, July 9th, 2022. Ms. Marsan, would you take the roll, please?
Yes, Mrs. Barker. Here. Mrs. Bell. Here. Mr. Kuchar.
Here.
Mr. Lackner.
Here.
Mrs. McCabe.
Here.
Mr. McNally.
Here.
And Mrs. Fairgrave.
Here. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, moving now to citizen comments, of which I believe we have none. Okay. And so then we'll move right along to item number 3 for discussion.
Well, good morning, board. Excited to be here alongside all of you. Good morning, community. My name is Dr. Paul Gordon. I am so excited to serve as the superintendent of District 303. Today, the board's coming together for a workshop around setting the foundation for becoming a great school district for each of our students. For that, we're going to have a number of conversations on different topics about how the board operates, how the superintendent works with the board. But ultimately, the board and superintendent are a team. And today is really setting that foundation of our teamwork and our collaboration, our partnership, all to ensure that we're working for each of our students, for our staff, for our families, and for our community. I really am honored to be the superintendent of this amazing district. I've had my feet on the ground for about 4 days now, and things are coming fast and furious. But it's all been an incredible opportunity of learning these past few days. But I'm just as excited about today, about setting that foundation for us to come together again, as I said, as a team. So we'll get a little bit more into that, but I would love to start with where I like starting meetings with our norms. We have some norms out there. And what I would ask is, as we look at these norms, if there are others that you would like to add or modify. First, be kind to each other and yourself. Speak your truth. Listen with a purpose to hear each person and the intent behind their words. Presume positive intention. Ask questions to seek to understand other perspectives. So I'd open it up to the board. Are there other norms that we would like to add or modify the current 5 norms there?
Dr. Gordon, I want to kind of interject into the agenda at this point, and on behalf of the board, would like to welcome you to the district, first and foremost. Secondly, I think we're all very appreciative that you're hitting the ground running. We're doing this workshop very quickly after you joined, which is huge. So it's very much appreciated, and we're looking forward to working with you. And for the rest of the board, I just want to thank you personally. This is a big commitment today. It's almost like another full work day. And so I don't want that to go unnoticed, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Any modifications to those norms? All right, hearing none. Here's one other piece that I would like to ask. And again, board's privilege here. I'm a little less formal. I like to go by my name, Paul. I'm not big on the Dr. Gordon. Dr. Gordon is used in large groups. Dr. Gordon is way when I'm being introduced to students and others in this setting, especially on a workshop on a Saturday. I would like to go by my first name, Paul, just to bring down some of the formality and having conversations. And that's really what today is about having conversations about our work. So if that's okay with everybody, I would like to add that in there that we use our first names. I think it also makes us, quite honestly, more relatable to our community, to our staff, as to who we are and what we're about. So if there's no objections, I'd like to go by Paul, if you're okay with that. Others?
I've always gone by Becky until I came on the board and came to this district. And there's a reason why I particularly wanted to be called Mrs. McCabe,
Mhm.
because it put me in a place to remember what my role is. I like the idea that when we're talking in a workshop setting, that we do use our first names, but I'm a little cautious to remember that I have a role,
Yep.
and that role is different than the Becky who was your friend, your neighbor, your evaluator at one time. So I just wanted you to know that there are moments where I may use somebody's formal name just in that role as a board member. But today and any workshops or even between us, I have no problem.
I love that. Thank you for that.
I would, that's loud. I would second what Mrs. McCabe said. Having been a parent in the district for so long, I do have some personal relationships that I've met other board members before becoming a board member. And it's hard for me to switch that lens sometimes. So I've trained myself in this last year to be saying Mr. Lackner, Mrs. Marsan, sorts of things. So I totally understand and appreciate that. And I really like the informality of it because we all are working towards a common goal together. This is a workshop. So I will do my best to remember that, but so don't, no one take it personally if I go the other direction. It's just a training thing that I've done to myself to make sure, to Mrs. McCabe's point, we are in this role and we are all different people here than we are at home or watching one of our children play sports or whatever we're doing. So I appreciate that. And I will try my best to remember that today. Thank you. And
Whatever
welcome.
is you're most comfortable with.
I am very
Honestly.
comfortable with being more casual. That's who I am as a person, but
Yeah.
as a board member, that is my role. So I'll try, but I appreciate that about you very much. Thank you. And of course, welcome.
Thank you. All right. So let's talk a little bit about the purpose for today. And I've said this to a number of people already as I've met with principals and others. It was an interview question the board asked on the second round. And the interview question, it was about D303 going from good to great. And I thought it was such an impactful question. And it was one that the board gave the finalist a few days beforehand. Really put a lot of thought into my answer, but one of those aspects of becoming a great school district, going from good to great, is this partnership between a board and a superintendent. And that's really what today is about, setting that foundation from moving from a really good school district. And D303 is a really good school district. But the board was very clear on that morning, I think it was the morning, about wanting to be a great school district and wanting to become that for each of their students. And with us, and for me, it was so impactful, that question, and it's impacted the work that I've done since being here, in the conversations I'm having with other staff about the board's intention and where the board wants to be. But I believe to become a great school district, it starts at the top, and that is the Board of Education. For our school district to be great, people follow the lead of the board. People follow the lead of the district superintendent. And as I said at the very beginning, we are a team. The board cannot do a lot without the superintendent. The superintendent cannot do a lot without the Board of Education. We're tied to each other. And that's a really important thing. I'm your one employee. I get the great fortune of having 7 bosses who I get to work with. But those pieces set the foundation for us to do this work together. So with that, with the context of our work, what the board is charging me to do is really move the district from good to great. Let's hear your whys. I'm excited to get the board's voice into this conversation now. So I'm going to open it up. There's no whoever wants to go first. What is your why for being a board member?
Okay, I'll start off. My why is wanting to see, going from a parent to, and my view of the district as a parent, wanting to do what I can to support. I had a little more time I could give, and I wanted to help support accountability as well as to make something positive out of what my experience was as a parent and what happened to my older son. So for me, that was my driving force, but also wanting to support education, teachers, staff, students, because I think that's definitely the foundation of our future. And we have an amazing community here. So I wanted to do what I could to support that. That's my one.
So for me, and I've talked with a number of folks on the board regarding this. So I was appointed to the board naturally last year, and I found myself kind of talking about the state of the district, where things were headed. I have 2 young children in the district. You know, I was sitting there and I was just doing a lot of talking, not much solving. And so I figured, well, why not throw my hat in the ring and see if I can try and be a positive impact to the district. It's an awesome responsibility. And I mean that both in that it's a large responsibility and a great responsibility, really meaningful and purposeful. So wanting to be a positive asset to this wonderful district, to the administration, to the community is my primary why.
Thank you.
Well, I view the board as a proxy and as a representative of the community. And so for me, D303 is really a community trust. And we've all been entrusted to make decisions on behalf of the community. And my why is to ensure that the board and the district does all that it can to ensure the best possible outcomes for students over time. You know, that we really have to perpetuate the value of D303 as a board and make the kinds of decisions that help D303 to consistently deliver those positive outcomes for students. And so my why is really focused on the concept that students leave here with the ideas and the asset of a portable asset of an education and an experience that equips them for the way that they live in the rest of their lives. And I think the challenge that we face is that the community makes an awfully large commitment to that trust because there's great expectations associated with how D303 can deliver positive outcomes. And the decisions that we make at this table are the hard trade-offs when we reach the limits of the financial commitments that the community can make, while we recognize that the expectations of positive outcomes remain. And so the idea of sitting at the table to explore which trade-offs will have the greatest long-term impact is one that I think I take seriously, and that as a board, we have the opportunity to really execute on behalf of the community.
Thank you.
Hope I'm not too close there. So in my case, I've been in education professionally for over 30 years. In that time, I noted some frustrations that I had as a teacher. I moved to this community and noted some frustrations I had as a community member and as a parent of students in the district. So I really saw that we have in this district some phenomenal students and phenomenal teachers. And I wanted to make sure that they all had what they needed in order to excel, to go from good to great, as we're trying to do. to ensure that there's transparency so that when decisions are made, one of the things that I had seen in the past is decisions being made kind of almost in the dark or with very little time for the community to provide proper input and understanding. And so that's always been kind of my goal in my time on the board, has been to try to make sure that the community is aware, and that as we make decisions, we're making decisions to achieve the excellence that this community is completely capable of achieving.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go next. So I have 4 children who are currently in this district. So I have a vested interest in the success of this district, but also I care deeply about the success of all students that are in this district, and of course, in other places as well. As a seasoned educator, I have a lot to offer as far as, being knowledgeable about the operation of school and those things that need to happen. There, isn't as large of a learning curve. I always thought I'd run for the board, but I thought I'd be later in my life. But there was a precipitating factor that led to an earlier campaign for this seat. So
Thank you.
I've been in education pretty much all my life, so 500 years.
It's a lot.
And I had thought about running prior to retiring, and I'm a big believer in local politics. And I've been a long time believer that the school board has a huge impact on the community. It sets the culture, it sets the tone, it sets the value of the community. And the school board has the closest communication with the community than any other elected official. I felt really strongly, I'm a big believer in public education, always have been. It's an amazing experiment that builds democracy, builds citizenship, gives people opportunities that in some places are limited because it isn't public education. So I thought that I might bring value to the role, having been an educator and at different levels of education. I haven't been in St. Charles for a long time, but I love this community. My sons and their families have moved here. I really believe in providing as much positive decision-making and problem-solving so that all students are going to be successful, that all students have opportunities to excel. So my reason for, I didn't have an agenda. I just felt that this was a role that I could provide some value, but also giving back to all that I've gained. As an educator, it is an amazing career to have. As we were talking before the board meeting, that opportunity to know students and to know community and families and to see what teachers bring to kids. I just felt really strongly when I ran that this was something, a way of service back to a community that I believe in.
Thank you.
For me, I was looking for a way to further contribute to our community. I felt that there was an opportunity from a school board standpoint where I could provide value. Though I'm not an educator, I have a lot of experience from a corporate and leadership standpoint, and often as a leader, I'm a receiver, if you will, of individuals that have gone through, our educational system. So I thought I would be able to provide that perspective. Education is also very much a passion of mine. I think it's incredibly important. It's the bedrock to building a strong community. And as a result of that, individuals that are good citizens. and good contributors to our community. So
Thank you all. Wow. For me, one of the important things as superintendent and what I've done this week and what I've done in my career, I think it's critical that we hear each other's stories. We hear each other's why. It sets those foundational pieces as to why Matt is at this table and what drives Joe, what drives each board member to being here. And collectively, we understand the perspectives of each person. So knowing those stories, knowing those outcomes and where each person wants to go is critical to our work and critical to who I am. Why I spend time making sure that we're having these types of conversations here at the board table, here within the district, hearing people's stories, hearing the why behind the work they do. So thank you. Thank you for sharing those. Next piece I would like to make sure that we're paying attention to is those outcomes, one or two outcomes that each board member would like to make sure that we achieve today. Again, whomever would like to jump in there.
Okay, I'll go again. I'm not known for being quiet. To at least one or two things. So I think there's definitely a good jumping off point today to create, a better rapport, a stronger rapport with our new superintendent, with each other, that we don't have other things to get to. This is what this is about. So it's nice to be able to focus in on creating a better communication, better trust, better rapport with each other as board members, because we're not focusing on other things today. This is actually all about the board and superintendent. So it's a really good timing. Unfortunate for you, since you're just moving here, just like literally got dropped into a marathon, and you're in the sprint phase. So I definitely appreciate that that's what we're doing time-wise in
Good.
as far as your arrival, but I think that's a good time. It's a perfect time for this. So for me, what I was looking for was building stronger foundation between the board members and bringing our new superintendent into that fold.
Thank you.
I think in addition to obviously a number of the items that are, regarding setting norms and expectations and how we'll operate, I'm particularly interested in helping to start to determine, our roadmap for the district, where we're headed, where is the trajectory of this? What does good to great actually mean, right, in a definable and measurable way? I always come back to mission, vision, and values. I've talked to a number of folks about that already. I really think that that's the launching point for any initiative, certainly one as important as taking this district from good to great. So I think by, setting that foundation of where we're headed, will really springboard us into where we ultimately want to be.
Thank you.
I'll jump in because I agree with both of them that it should be about the relationship building that we're doing so that we can have a strong forward direction. So those would be my two things. So thank you both for.
Yeah, I don't want to delay us in repeating what the two people who went first said. But yeah, getting to know us a little bit better, getting to know you a little bit better, and then also, getting that foundation and just going forward into the things we need to get done and that are on this agenda. Actually, we'll be talking about later.
Thank you, Julian.
What they said, really, but bottom line is to get to know you, get and kind of establish how we're going to interact. That's probably the kind of, and if obviously that's not a one-time thing. That's not something that occurs in 7 hours on one day. But to begin to form that relationship and to really, again, set a course for where we're going to go from good to great.
I'll add that I think today sets a foundation for our ways of working, and the fact that we're having this conversation here in a very public setting with an open conversation between the board and the superintendent about the future is a positive step in that direction around the culture of our ways of working together as a team. I think for me, a positive outcome of today would be that we come to a common understanding of the way that we define success and the way that we will measure and monitor our progress toward that success over time. And so the idea that we can use today as a springboard to a discussion of what outcomes means and how we will over time discuss those outcomes and hold each other accountable towards the idea of progress towards those outcomes is an important outcome for me.
Joe, thank you.
I absolutely agree with all the comments that have been made by everyone around the table at this point. I think I feel this definitely will set the foundation. It'll set the tone I'm expecting as one of the outcomes, and I'm really looking forward to the open discussions that I think we're going to have today.
Thank you all. So I really feel good about the agenda, where we're at, but I really appreciate the understanding of how important relationships are for me, for where we're at. You know, part of the theme as we're moving into this new school year is this idea around connections, around belonging, and how important those pieces are for people to truly be connected with the work and to feel that sense and to know and see cues around that sense of belonging, that we're in this together. And that is so vital for this type of teamwork to actually be effective, that people are seen, valued, heard. Those are key aspects of what we do each and every day in education. It matters in the classroom, it matters in our schools, but it also matters here with the board and the superintendent. That each board member, the superintendent, again, I continue to say one, a term over and over. We're a team. We're a collaborative team, and we push on each other. But a foundation of a really great team are those relationships, and that each team member feels like they belong, that they're connected, their value, that their voice is heard and respected, and that we can do great things together. When you think about great teams, and I don't like the Patriots, I'm a Denver Broncos fan, but I do respect Bill Belichick and what he brings to the table, because he's about team. And knowing that each team member has a unique role and responsibility. You know, one of his mantras is, do your job. Do your job. But within that, there's this underlying notion of trust. Trust that Heidi is going to do her job, that I don't need to do Heidi's job. That's that underlying message within do your job. Do your job really well, superintendent, but don't do the board's job. Board, as individual board members, do your job, but don't do the superintendent's job. But within that is trust. Trust is that foundational piece of those relationships. And I appreciate that notion that Ed brought up. This is one moment in time. Trust is built over time. This is a great place for us to start that foundation, and a great place, as a number of board members brought up, how we operate. What are those rules of the road that we collectively agree to? And to me, that's that. How do we do our jobs? How do we stay in our lanes? And how do we respect each other's roles and responsibilities exceptionally well? So for me, it's relationships, it's connections, it's belonging, and having these really important conversations as a team as we move forward. So thank you for that. So let's jump into the roles and responsibilities. I sent a couple articles to the board, staying the course and foundational principles of effective governance. And I know one of the pieces that I asked was, pick one or two things from staying the course, and then I'm going to add on here, or that foundational principles of effective governance that really struck you from your perspective as you engaged in those articles. What were the things that stood out to you and the why behind that? So again, I can just hand this over to the board.
I can start. I think something that struck me was that board behavior can have a pretty large impact on student achievement scores. I knew that, but I think reading it really kind of brought it home, and had a reflective moment about how we should go forward, or I want to go forward, because I can only control me. But and also kind of talked about respecting, the autonomy of each role, and how important that is, and how it reflects on student achievement.
Just to jump in, that was the item that struck me too. I think intuitively, you kind of understand that the impact that the board has, but I think maybe seeing it presented in this way, it made a much stronger connection for me. And so that, yeah, I agree with you. That was my takeaway too. There's just a lot, I think, of far-reaching impact that as a board that we have that isn't necessarily obvious.
That was, for me, that was something that's stood out. But what stood out a little different for me is, as I read the article and as I kind of skimmed through it, one of the things that struck me is that while it's written from the perspective of addressing a board, I also see things as a teacher, because I've been one for 30 some years. And it seemed, when I got all done, I just kind of reflected on how did I think about that article, and it seemed to diminish the role of the teacher to me, just in an overall sense. There was nothing specific, but it just seemed to, and what I want us to remember as a board is that we are here to equip the teachers to do that job, because they're the ones who have that direct impact on students.
I was just to add to that, I think that's one of the values that you, Ed, that Jillian, that Becky bring to the table as far as being educators and that being your profession. I would think you would always bring the perspective of the teacher and the board member to the table. I don't know how you wouldn't. And so I guess I would just say, I always look to you guys to bring that value, because I don't have it.
There's in the article, what struck me first was there's a list of positive board behaviors or responsibilities. Two things about that. The first is it's a good list. Accountability, ensuring high expectations for student outcomes, positive governance, community outreach, and setting the conditions for staff and administrative success. That's a really positive list. There's a lot of correlation-oriented analysis that's presented. There's also this idea that the definitions of that list of 5 things are somewhat fixed or well understood. The truth is there's a lot of room for interpretation about what accountability means, or what setting the conditions for success means, and how the board and the administration work together to create common definitions for those 5 factors is really important. And so the article doesn't address that in any way. It simply assumes that we know what accountability means. We as a collective have to set our definitions for each of those 5 success factors.
I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in one more time, because that was he was addressing. So I finally had a written copy. So I highlighted the term developing science, because that's the other thing, and pretty much addressing what Mr. Lackner's saying is that this is a developing science. This is nothing that we can say this is hard and fast. And frankly, in any social science, and really that's essentially what we're addressing here. There's no hard and fast rule that holds throughout. And so how a board interacts, how that's something that, because it's a social science, it relies on the social interactions. And so, as Mr. Lackner is saying, that this is nothing that is hard and fast, and we certainly can't. And that's why we can't establish this all in a single day. It's just not going to happen that way.
One thing that struck me was the paragraph about board disarray. And not saying that as a board we are in disarray. One of the things that it made me start to think about was that we'd had a lot of change, starting with Mr. Lackner coming on the board. Then we have a new board after the election, which then I was the new board member. And then we had Matt on the board, and then now we're having a new superintendent. There's a lot of change. So I am looking forward between now and the next election that we actually have, hopefully, the same group of people working towards a common goal. So while there might be other items that might be disarray, and building that foundation is part of correcting that course, but I'm looking forward to actually having the same people working together. Like, we've now all gotten on the bus. Let's go. We're gassed up. Here we go. So that was one of the things that I thought about, not just disarray, but how we've all had different partners to work with. And now we're locking in, I'm hoping. So that's a good thing, in my opinion.
What all of those pieces are important, but what really caught my eye was about a learning organization. And and maybe this is because of my experience as an educator, but every role we have, we learn. And one of the things I learned was, even though I had years of experience with boards, being a board member is very different than being on the other side of the table, so to speak. And that learning takes some time. And learning about the organization, it's a very complex organization. The rules, the regulations, the relationships, all of that. And it's not clear to me that we've spent time learning as a board. We may learn about the presentation that's given to us. We go into closed session for self-reflection, but we really don't spend a lot of time. I think individually we learn about each other, and we can only do it individually. We can't do it as a whole group. So we are the head of a learning organization. We should be modeling that. And that and just on one other little piece, it's very different, and at least from my point of view, to govern. I have been an advocate for most of my life for children. And what I've learned in this role is that governing and advocacy are different. And that is part of what our job is to learn about other people's perspectives, their advocacy, and then take that in to govern the best for all kids. And I think that's a piece of the learning that maybe I'm thinking about. I don't know what other board members think, but from this article, besides the research and all the impact the board has, we are head of a learning organization, and how do we model that?
So wonderful points from everyone here, certainly in agreement. One of the things that struck me is kind of in the IO psychology world, we do this type of work all the time, right? We're constantly assessing what norms, what behaviors, what standards are appropriate and effective, and then developing the framework accordingly. So I found this to be particularly interesting because I thought it was a very healthy reminder of how a well-oiled machine works. And provided that each of those cogs within the mechanism are doing what they're supposed to be doing and aligned in the appropriate places and not trying to be this cog because they're this cog, then the machine, which is the ultimate outcome, is student outcomes. And if we're all doing our job really well, then it was just a really good reminder that stay in my seat, stay in my lane, do a good job with the governance. And ideally, the rest of the machine does its job as well. So I just liked how it had that emphasis on the standards, internal relations, and the community relations, and how that's going to ultimately impact the final outcome, which of course we all want wonderful student outcomes.
Mhm. Other thoughts? Anything from the foundational principles of effective governance?
The only thing I would like to add with regards to what struck me about the article is one of the things I was thinking about, in addition to disarray and coming together and getting on the bus together, is the transition that I would assume all board members go through, but what I went through as a board, becoming a board member versus a parent. And to Becky's point about the difference between governance and advocacy, there are things that I thought as a parent that your role becomes very different when you're a board member, and you have to, at least for me, I needed to adjust that viewpoint and being able to not redirect, but being able to fold in advocacy to that governance. And by that, I mean, our job is to Ed's point about supporting teachers, which then, in my opinion, supports students, which supports the staff. It's all one big package, and making that transition, I have folded in advocacy in that way, because when you support that and each group in their role, you're supporting the entire package. And so I sort of folded in, I didn't leave advocacy behind, but I folded into that in a way to support my role in governance.
I'll just add to that, because I made a quick note of this when Mrs. McCabe talked about, I thought it was a good point to be made, advocacy versus governance. And just a quick note that I made was governance involves trade-offs and priorities that are different from advocacy. And so now you have to take in the perspectives. For my part, as I say, I come from a teacher's perspective. For my part, it would be awesome to say, all right, every teacher has a minimum salary of $100,000. But I know there are trade-offs. I know that can't happen. Every teacher will have each of these items that they have requested for their classroom because it's what they want. But I understand there are trade-offs. And so I think that's probably the most important thing, the most important role we have, is we need to understand that there are trade-offs that I think Mr. Lackner had mentioned as well. There are trade-offs that we have to make all the time, and that's going to be different from the role that, for whatever it is we might wish to have. And I think we all come from some form of advocacy, and no matter what perspective we're coming from. And we have to understand that maybe that thing that we think is most important is not necessarily going to be the most important thing for the district and for achieving our primary goal, which is high academic standards.
You had asked about the foundational principles of effective governance. It's not really a takeaway. It's one that, as I reviewed this, because I've read this before, I looked at number 2, the board connects with the community. And then it was the last paragraph in the other article that talks about, there's like the top 3 things that are ways to improve student achievement district-wide. And the third one was improving external community relations. And I just got to thinking, like, we were really working on that prior to COVID. And I think COVID took some of that away from us. And I think it's important that we go back to working on that community relationship, two-way communication.
I'd really like to build on that. I think when you look at what the IASB has to say about effective governance, there are some real limitations, and there's a common metaphor that IASB uses about dance floors and balconies, and they describe the role of the board as one being in the balcony, and that's at best a limited metaphor, and at worst, it's misleadingly wrong. And so I think when we look at this article and it talks about the delegation of authority, the ultimate responsibility for the success of the district is sitting at the board's table as a proxy and a representative of the community. And frankly, the board is held to account at each election for the success and the way that the community looks at the positive or negative impacts that the district has on the community. And so it's the voters that the board represents in that sense, and the parents and the voters are often overlapped and not always. And so one of the challenges when you put together a primary governing philosophy that says your role in number 4 is to delegate authority. Yes, that's so, but it is to delegate authority with number 5, which is to ensure accountability. And so the metaphor is probably better explored that the board is essentially the theater owner or the representative of the production company, and not in fact a passive audience member. And so I view that as Dr. Gordon, you explored the word, avoid abdicating responsibility. And so when we talk about staying in lanes, the idea that the board would abdicate its responsibility to hold the district to account for outcomes is really anathema to me. I view it as wrong. And I think that metaphor of dance floors and balconies suggests abdication. And so I look at that and say, I'm disinterested in that level of abdication. I'm very interested in ensuring that the audience members like the production, the community is comfortable that the theater will continue to provide good shows for all eternity. So if we're going to use the metaphor, I suggest we update it and use it rightly.
I would,
That's good.
I would highly recommend that you write this as an article for IASB. It's a good metaphor.
It is.
And if I could just tag onto that, because what I find really fascinating is that this, as an elected official, this is a really different kind of election of group. A board is different than your alderman or your congressman or the president. You're elected to work as a team. And we really don't, I don't know that we I better be careful because it takes a while to understand that, because for me, how do I work as a team? That's a very different kind of thing than what I watch other elected officials do. And so in this article, which as Jillian talked about, I've seen from IASB before, is how do we hold ourselves accountable as a board? We may not agree on the answers to solutions, but do we have a relationship with each other that we can speak freely? And unfortunately, we cannot do that as easily in groups of 3 or more. It has to be more that personal kind of approach. But just to go one step further, when you have norms in every situation that I'm in with norms, we don't talk about how we hold each other accountable to those norms. Here the norms are, we're going to do them, and somebody talks like I'm doing right now too much, then no one calls them out on it. We don't feel comfortable in saying we agreed to this and now this isn't happening. And so I think what Joe's talked about just now is really, it's changing the way I'm thinking about how to look at our role. But in that, if we're business partners of the theater, then we have to be able to have the conversation that says, you know what, this is why I disagree with you. I believe you are coming with positive intent, but this is why, or you know what, you're out of your lane. And this is how I'm going to talk to you about it. But that takes work and that takes trust. And I'm hoping we can get to some degree of that.
And what you were saying there, Becky, too, is one of the reasons why I think mission, vision, and values are so important, right? How can we hold each other accountable if we don't know which way we're going, right? How can we say we're out of our lane if we don't know what our lane is? And so I think the more we establish that as a collective group, then we can say, here's our chosen trajectory, here's where we're headed, and here's where we're off base, here's where we're totally misaligned. So I think if we start there, a lot of that, because I feel myself wanting the same thing, right? I want to be able to hold accountable, but if we have different visions for where we're headed, then it's going to be hard to either hold myself accountable or others.
And just to tie to that for a second more, we've had commitments. Every time we have a presentation, it tells us where the strategic commitment is and the policy. But we don't spend time thinking about that. I think if we're going to do a vision and a mission, then we have to agree that that's what we're going to do and hold ourselves accountable. So I agree with you, ma'am.
Just throw a word or two in here as well. Love the conversation, and this is like perfect workshop where everybody's just popcorning off each other and really building on a comment, a statement. So I love that. To Joe's point around being a theater owner, I think one of the most important things, and many people have talked about that. So what's the theater's purpose? What defines a great show? Because we have 7, 8 definitions of what a great show is, and that creates confusion amongst an organization, because you have 7 theater owners. Do all 7 of you agree what a great show is? Is it a murder mystery? Is it kind of a daytime drama? What is it that is defining greatness for D303 as that curtain goes up? And that's really what the foundational principles in number 1 speak about. The district ends. What are those? And I really appreciate what we talked about as well, Becky and Matt, around the vision, mission of the district. How many could really talk about the current vision and mission of the district? Do we know it? When I know a vision, it's when the organization can talk about it, can speak to it. And it doesn't have to be just on a PowerPoint presentation the only time you ever see something. It's about the why of what we do. It's accountability. But to add to the theater piece, it's also about creating ends that say, this is what we're looking for. Here are 5 or 6 big goals that this theater, that this production is going to produce on a regular basis. And it's the way that the board can then monitor their one employee. Their one employee to say, Dr. Gordon, where are we at with this metric? As we're trying to define what a great school district is. So you do have that accountability piece to it. So a board knows, and they're able to speak and Jewel. They're able, when you're in the grocery store, picking up all those vegetables and all those healthy things that each of us eat on a day-to-day basis. When you run into a community member and we're talking about these things, we're talking about the same thing. And that we don't have confusion about what are we actually talking about here? Because everyone has a definition of greatness. Ed's may be very different than mine, but our work here collectively, and that's going to be the hard work. What are those big ends? What are they? We know we want academic excellence. But Jillian, could you define the exact same academic excellence of Becky or Kate right now? If you were to say right now, and I don't want you to do that right now, I'm not asking for that. Like, but that's where we collectively have to be working together. So we know it, and you can hold your one employee accountable for moving the organization towards that. So each time that curtain goes up, we know what we're looking for. And we know what excellence and greatness looks like on a day-to-day basis, from academics to finance to facilities, or whatever those big objectives are that the board wants. And again, as a reflection from the community.
I'm gonna just jump in on that one real quick, because I've got my own metaphor. As I was thinking about this and as you're speaking, what struck me is consider a sports team. Very often the owner is more interested in ticket sales than he is in winning the Super Bowl. The coach is always interested in winning the Super Bowl, right? I want you to win the Super Bowl. We all want you to win the Super Bowl. And the Super Bowl to us is academic performance, SAT scores going up, AP scores going up, passing rates for those things, acceptance into college, graduation rates. Those are the things that I think are kind of the concrete definers of our winning the Super Bowl. And so Mr. Lackner's metaphor was great. I think mine's better. No, I just really, no, I just wanted to, it's one other, I think, way to look at it is what is our goal to kind of pat each other on the back, or is our goal to still say, students, we want you to leave here as the most educated students we can possibly produce from this district. That's what I think academic excellence is. And I don't think there's anybody here, and I can't speak for everybody, obviously, but I don't think there is anybody here who would disagree with that as an ultimate goal.
Well, we run a little bit of moral hazard in comparing ourselves with the structure and ownership of the Patriots. I'll offer, though, that the best owners want both. They want the ticket sales and the wins. And the reason they want both is that the wins perpetuate both. And so you build an organizational capability to win over time. You get the win and you get the ticket sales over time. So I think the metaphor holds. I don't care for the Patriots. At the same time,
We're already building.
Yeah.
Belonging here.
Okay, Mr. Lackner, yours is better.
I respect them, but I will say that, back in November, we had a discussion about outcomes, and there was a draft scorecard associated with outcome definitions. And it was from, early childhood through
Mhm.
post 12th grade. And that's a start. And I think that's one way to talk about accountability measures. I think the second way for us to think about it is, what's the operating culture within the district through which those results are delivered? Because there's an experiential element associated with it. If we were to create great hardship for folks in order to simply achieve those measures, that would be a negative outcome. And so we have to say, well, we want all those wins, but we're not going to do triple sessions of practice to the point where our athletes drop, from exhaustion. And so we have to find a way to say, we're going to deliver those results in a modern approach and in a way that is sustainable and in a way that creates buy-in versus tension.
I would like to, I don't think we were ready to go in this direction, but I would like to tag on to that. Yes, to all the things that are traditionally looked at as academic excellence, but not to forget that academic excellence can look different for different kids. And I can just hear the crowd right now saying, there she goes again. We have groups of kids who are not making it. And we have groups of kids who are never going to make it because that's not where their love is. It's music, it's art, it's leadership, it's making an engine work in ways they didn't know could happen. It's entrepreneurship. So I just want to say out loud that a SAT score does not define this district. It is one measure. It is one way to show there's academic rigor and excellence, but we have to realize that we have quite an audience in the stadium or the theater or on the stage who deserve to have as much energy put into what they will be to be excellent citizens of this country.
I think, just to interject, I think Ed probably I've, in my opinion, captured it well as far as, and I'm going to make a big assumption that everybody would agree that our desires to have every child leave this district with the best education that they possibly can. I think where the discussion comes in is how is that defined? Some of the things I would say, Ed, that you mentioned are just one set of elements or data points we want to look at. And then we need to determine, I think, what are the other things that we want to, measure. But just to kind of piggyback on that too, and I know, Paul, you and I have talked about it, and I've talked with some of you individually about it too. I think we need to develop some type of operating dashboard that we're looking at on some type of consistency through the year. And they're not necessarily strategic measures in and of themselves, but they're indicators, I think, how I would describe it, of how we're doing for the year and how we're progressing. They should align probably to those strategic goals over time. But that's my thought. And I think that would probably help the board from a governance standpoint, if that makes sense.
And I maybe I'll clarify, because I've said this in the past as well. I don't see SAT, ACT, and all the standardized tests as the only measures. In fact, one of the things I've said, and I think, Paul, you and I, when we talked, I said, it's entirely possible for us to be excellent by having the highest SAT score or the highest increase in SAT scores. It's entirely possible for us to be that and also send the most kids to the state music finals, send the most kids off to work for General Motors. It's possible for us to be excellent in all of those areas. We have the personnel to do it. I've experienced teachers at all levels from kindergarten through all the way through senior year of high school. I've experienced teaching, and I've not come across a bad teacher. We have great teachers here. We have the bones for what we need. And while my kids are currently not, I've had kids involved in music, and there have been great teachers there. But I've also had my kids involved and have done well on, SAT and AP tests and things like that as well. But I also know I've been very proud of even our automotive program, something that I think a lot of people, as you mentioned, a lot of people don't think about it, but I know we've got a very solid automotive program. Those are things that I know people, in fact, the auto tech teacher where I work has mentioned that he knows that we've got a very solid program here, and he wishes that he had some of the things that we have here. So it's entirely possible to excel in all those areas. We have the personnel, both in teachers and in students, to do that and helping them find their way. That's where the counselors come in, right? And I know I've experienced some phenomenal counselors here too. We've got great personnel, and properly utilizing them to achieve all of those outcomes is what we need to do.
So I think one way to tie both of your analogies together, Joe and Ed, is about ticket sales and, seats being filled in a stadium. I think the beauty of having 7 board members is inherently they're going to all have different aspects of expertise that they bring. And that means not every performance, even though it's sold out, it might not be Matt's favorite. Maybe he loves murder mysteries and the musical was that night. But in the end game, our students are prepared. In the end game, in that analogy, we have tickets sold. And so the whole community becomes more cultured. If we're going with the theater analogy, they're exposed to the murder mystery and the musical and the dramatic performance. They have all of those things. So to both Ed and Becky's point, that we have students that have a strong foundation in AP and they're getting extra credits. And then we have students going through the auto program, which having volunteered in that program with my oldest, we're one of the only schools around here that offer the ASC certification where kids can just take the 4 years of autos and walk in and take the exam. And then they are employable on day one at a reasonably high paying job at age 18. And then, and to your point, I mean, a lot of schools around here don't offer that. And so, and a couple board meetings ago, when we had a student that had multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars in scholarship for her art, that's incredible. So we are doing great things. How do we encompass that for each student? We can't, someone wants to be the grand champion in knitting. I don't know if we can provide that for every student, but can we give them opportunities where they can take an internship, which we do have, and they can be the best knitter they can be. I don't know if we offer knitting at all, but but I'm trying to say that to have the theater analogy, we're not going to always love the show, but we're going to be happy when our community has the most opportunities to see the most shows and our tickets are sold. Because that is, in the grand scheme of it, what we want is ticket sales or successful students, providing a well-rounded student, strong in AP, strong in music, knitting, basket weaving, whatever.
Last thing I'll add to that, I think, what we're getting at here is that naturally there's going to be students that have certain passions and are excellent in certain areas and excel in certain areas. But I think that part of that vision development is an expectation of excellence in every capacity, right? You can be a state champ swimmer as well as an honor roll student, someone who may struggle in English and knows that that's an area that they really need to devote time and effort to, and we encourage them to do so, despite the fact that they're a state champion swimmer and that might be their passion. So I think that one of the things we're kind of all saying here is that we can be excellent in a number of different capacities. And in fact, we should be excellent. So promoting that notion that this is a district where you can achieve, whether it's your strength or an area of opportunity, and that you have the resources necessary to do so. I would like to see students excelling in every capacity.
Board, thank you for that incredibly thoughtful conversation that we just had. So the work that we will do from this, as Tammy and I gather all of our notes, is putting together a summary of this conversation. So we have that as our what's next work, because we don't want to, I never want to just set up conversations for conversation's sake. I want to make sure that it's meaningful and that we keep coming back to these pieces. But I love the conversation about the differences, the different outcomes, and why it's critical that we're going to sit down at a later date and really get into that, because that's the foundational aspect of a strategic plan as to where we're going. And many in their conversations today around what were those things that you wanted to achieve out of today, people use that metaphor of that roadmap to success. That's what a strategic plan is. It's that roadmap to success. And that's really where we need to be going towards. What are we doing? How are we doing it? How does the community hold us accountable to those ends and that work? So we'll put that together. We'll get that back out to the board about those next steps of what we're doing and how we do this work together based off of these couple articles and a few others. Now's the time to get a little bit into, and we'll take a break here in about 15 minutes or so, but I'd like to jump into some of this draft work that I presented to the board. The first one being roles and responsibility of the board and the superintendent. And much of this came directly from D303 policy. So this is nothing new. This is not some earth-shattering work here. But I will also, read the bullets. But what I would ask the board is, as we go through these, is the wording where we need it to be? Is the language, because language is critical. Language is critical in these documents that we're about ready to jump into. About what does this actually mean? Joe referenced this earlier. We have to be crystal clear on the wording, on what is this saying to us? And do we all understand what it's saying to us? And are we all on that same page as we move forward? So this is a little bit of nitty-gritty work that we're getting into now. So roles and responsibilities of the board and superintendent. The school board directs through policy, the superintendent in his or her charge of administration of the district by delegating its authority to operate the district and provide leadership to staff. Clarity?
I think there's a one challenge here. There's a positive there through policy. It suggests that the board only operates through policy, and that's erroneous. Even further in today's agenda, we'll talk about the goals that are reflected in the superintendent's contract.
Mhm.
Clearly, we operate and direct through the goals that are reflected in that contract. And so the inclusion of through policy is erroneous.
Is it where the commas are is the problem? Because I agree with you. We just went through 2 years where there was directives that were not in policy that we had to follow. But I'm wondering if this means our policy says that the superintendent, that the school board directs the superintendent rather than that the policy is the only mechanism. So it's not, I'm wondering if it's worded wrong.
I think so. It reads that the only way the school board provides direction is through policy. That's how it reads to me as well. So I don't know if the solution is to just
Delete.
strike those 2 words, or
I think, I agree that that's the way it reads, and I think striking those words might be the best way, simply because the one thing that I think that I've seen since I've been on the board with a number of different board members is everybody wants to have that thing that's going to be that defining, and it's so crystal clear. And in a year, we might have a slightly different board, and the interpretation of those people is going to be different. And that's going to be different based upon what the voters have told us. And in 2 years from, hence from there, it's going to again be a different board. And so you're never going to have something that's going to be concrete. But I think that wording does seem to indicate that the only way is through setting a policy, and then we kind of sit back and I don't think that's there are times where there are times where things are happening, for example, in the community where I've called previous superintendents and said, just so you know, this is something that I'm hearing.
Mhm.
I'm not doing anything through policy. I'm letting him know something so that he can effect a change in a manner other than policy. So I think striking those words is probably best in my view.
Feel like there's consensus there that it would read, the school board directs the superintendent in his or her charge of the administration of the district by delegating its authority to operate the district and provide leadership to staff. Done. The board, next bullet, the board employs and evaluates the superintendent and holds him or her responsible for the operation of the district in accordance with board policies and state and federal laws.
I think that's missing goals and that are, or strategic plans. It's pretty tight to laws and policies, but we know that there are many other ways that the board wants to hold the superintendent accountable.
And I think there we are expressing, by the way, we're expressing that we're setting policy that directs. So the removal of that from the first item is kind of supplanted right there.
Okay. Others? All right. So would we, in accordance with the board goals, strategic plans, policies, state and federal laws?
Or board directives instead of policies, because couldn't policies be a directive as well as goals?
As long as sorry.
no policies I wouldn't see as a directive, because there's a different process that we go through to establish a policy. Like a directive, we could provide at any point in time.
But wouldn't we want to either include both or a directive, it came from the board and it's written based on policy. I don't know. I'm just trying to make it include something else that, because it is, a directive could also be a goal. We could put all those words in there for sure.
I think if we're going along with policy, it's kind of understood. I'm not necessarily objecting to the placement of the word, but I think it's kind of understood. We're saying in accordance with policy. Obviously, our directives would be, I would hope, in accordance with board policy, right? So
True, but just then it's not limited to policy.
No, I'm not objecting to the inclusion necessarily. I'm just, I think that the one thing I don't want to see is things to become too wordy. Because when that happens,
What about this? So the board employs and evaluates the superintendent and holds him or her responsible for the operation of the district in accordance with established goals, strategic plans, board policies, and state federal law. What do you guys think? Because sometimes he's gonna need to follow board policy without us.
Yeah.
Like he should be doing that every day, right? Yeah.
Right. So it's a
yeah,
good thing.
not,
Yeah.
right, and
Instead
but
of policy.
Mrs. Bell is correct. There are times where there's going to be a directive that, you
Yep.
know, that, hey, something comes up and we have to say, this is what we'd like you to do. So I agree that it's not limited to only policy. I'm just I don't know if it's understood or not. So.
We good with the clarification that was just added? Okay. The third bullet, and I just want to go back to something that Ed said earlier. So hopefully I have a long tenure here. Part of that tenure is that each time a new board, it's a new team. And we would do this same thing because your point's a really important one. It's important for each board to do this same type of work together. So we have that meaning making, which is a research-based idea around meaning making. And meaning making is literally what we're doing here. Do we all have a deep understanding of what these words, what these sentences, what these bullets truly are indicating to us? And because that's the most important thing. So your point is a really important one, that we would do this each time going out there. So bullet 3. The board superintendent relationship is based on mutual respect for their complementary roles. The relationship requires clear communication of expectations regarding the duties and responsibilities of both the board and the superintendent. Okay. Next bullet. Board considers the recommendation of the superintendent as the district's chief executive officer.
So what does that mean?
That's good. So I appreciate that question. So how I've operated in the past, administration will, if there's a question at the table, this superintendent and my cabinet team will bring recommendations. I think it is my responsibility to give you my best. And when I mean my, that has the backing of my cabinet, staff, and others as the best recommendation forward. The board's responsibility is to vote up or vote down. And it's not a personal on the superintendent. But the board's responsibility is to hear and have the rationale of a recommendation, the why. But ultimately, I don't vote on anything. It is the 7 board members who will take my recommendation. And again, when I say my administration's recommendation into consideration and say yay or nay. That's how I read that.
Can I, oh, go ahead. I want to ask like a philosophical question. How do you view, so the recommendation comes to the board and what are your thoughts or how do you view if there is discourse with that recommendation and ultimately the board isn't in agreement with your recommendation? Like, are you of the of the mindset that it really should come to the board and be, let's talk. about
Yeah,
that.
let's talk about that. So in past practice, what I would see is, there's a opportunities for board having discussions on topics and hearing the board, where are they at on certain issues, and presenting our administration's current thinking. But really, that's the importance of the discussion. And that's for me, the beauty and the transparency within our community. That it's not about having 7 yes votes each and every time. Now, would I love that? Absolutely. But that's not the point. The point is that the board has these rigorous discussions on these really important topics, and that I'm taking the feedback in and hearing where the board's at and making sure that we have that alignment. But ultimately, the board has to have a majority vote to move something forward. But it's my responsibility. Great question. It's my responsibility to be listening, to understand the perspectives of board members. It's what's, kind of in the superintendent classes. It is that care and feeding to the board, making sure I know where board members are at. It's the work that I do to ensure that we're bringing forward thoughtful recommendations that ultimately will have a rigorous debate at the board table. And then it may not be that night that we vote on it. It may be some further considerations that come back, and this will be back to the board table again. So it is this kind of push and pull ultimately to where do we want to collectively go as a team moving this idea forward. Great question.
Follow up to that. So in my opinion, I think it's also important then for the superintendent role for you to help your cabinet and the rest of the staff, your team, to understand and embrace that as well. That it is not intended by the board to be a criticism, personally, professionally, or otherwise. I think we really will be fully functioning to a large degree when we're able to have these dialogues, and then we move on, and progress.
Absolutely. And it does take time, because it does become personal for some people, because it's their work, it's their time, it's their efforts, it's all this. And then coming in front of the board, there is stress. But I try to bring that down a little bit with our staff as to the why behind what we're doing. But it's really important for staff to understand your roles. So oftentimes what we talk about, in a cabinet or a different type of staff meeting, and what I expect cabinet to be able to do is really also bring the perspective of board members as we're talking about this. How's Ed approaching this? Where's Joe's perspective on this? What's Jillian, what questions will she be bringing to the table? So we do a lot of work behind the scenes to ensure that we're bringing the best, most thoughtful recommendations to the table. But you're spot on there around ensuring what is the role of the board. The role of the board is to ask questions, seek to understand, making sure that we have the best recommendations and votes going forward. That's what the community elected you to do. And my role is to ensure that we're putting the board in the best place possible, and ultimately the community, because of our strategic plan, because we'll eventually have really solid goals, that I want those pieces aligned to those goals. So the board is quickly able to say, I see that direct alignment. I know the direct alignment. I know your why, and it makes sense. Or does it need to be tweaked? And that's okay.
Back to the norms. Well, that was loud. Back to the norms with regards to Heidi's point, when we are asking questions or during a presentation, the staff, the norms of, assume positive, coming from a place of positive intent. And as much as we are in our role as board members, and I'm Mrs. Bell, I also like to try to make connections with leadership or admin because I want them to understand I'm just a person, I'm just a parent in the community, and please don't be nervous. I am not important.
Mhm.
I mean, I do some important things. I try to make important decisions. However, like we're all in this together.
Yep.
We're not, trying to pester you or nitpick. We just want to understand in positive intent and that should go both ways, obviously. Just,
Yep.
put that in there.
No, I appreciate that.
I think this is really critical. I think when we come back to other operations that we do, because there is a lack of trust. So we have to really consider that when we ask questions, when there's a presentation given, when there's a recommendation, the last bullet point, that there are no surprises. As a board member, I want to know as much as I can before I make a decision. Sometimes that means the presentation doesn't give me everything I need. So asking the questions around the presentation can be seen as a negativity. But here's the other piece to all of this that I think the board has to recognize is that administration is not here just to give us presentations. We have to give some leeway here that they've got a million other things they're doing besides preparing for a board committee meeting. And so we have to plan, which is part of why it takes a long time for an organization to move, is because there's a ton going on here. There are 12 to 13,000 children we're taking care of, but we've got to figure out how to work, as Heidi was talking about, how to work in a way that shows that we are a partner, and Kate said the same thing. How do we work as a partner and still get the information we need to make good decisions? And part of that, I believe, is conversations with the superintendent. If you got an idea, start talking about it, maybe a month or 3 months ahead of time, so that we have time to process. To have it on a Monday night to vote in 3 weeks doesn't give everybody a chance to process. And the other thing I'm learning is that not everybody understands the words of education.
What?
Educationalese. And I think that it's important that we're clear to the community and clear to each other when we say something, and it's an educational term that we're walking through that. So I think this whole thing of what is the CEO and their recommendations is deep for this board, and we'll have to keep talking about it.
It will be an ongoing conversation.
I'd like to offer a couple of things. There are lots of reasons why the board would vote no or disagree. One is just reasoned opposition, and the plan's presented and there's reasoned opposition to it. Another is that there's discomfort with the long-term impact or how the administration has considered unintended consequences. There are others, discomfort with the likelihood that the plan would deliver what it's promising to deliver, and even that the execution of this plan will create the imposition of an inability to execute some other plan. And all those are different considerations that the board has to make. Mrs. McCabe, I disagree with your point about the leeway that we offer administration, associated with board conversations. If an issue requires the consideration of the board, the administration owes the board the preparation to be tight and have the reasoned rationale for that decision, because each of those reasons for disagreeing with the administration remain present, and until they're alleviated, we have to be a skeptical board. And so I think there's an issue associated with the distinction between committee work and board conversations that we can do better with as a board. We operate with committee of the whole, and that's sometimes a challenge because some of the back and forth exploration and discussion that I know Mrs. McCabe really likes and helps move forward that conversation of this is a good thing for the district is left out of the formality or is excluded because of the formality of the way that we manage committees. So I look at it and say, well, certainly leeway in committee conversation in terms of the presentation of early concepts and ideas and the exploration of those. But when it comes to board consideration of large scale changes, issues, adoptions, those things require real rationale so that each of those potential negatives has been asked and answered. And so I view it that way.
I'll just,
Well, could I just, I'm sorry. So I don't know what you disagree with me on. Sorry.
Let me try and clarify. What I heard you say is that the board needs to recognize that administration has lots of other things other than addressing the board. I agree with that statement. However, I hear it as we need to be less demanding of administration, and I reject that part if that's how I
No,
understand
let me
it.
go, so let me clarify, because what I was talking about was that everything that comes to the board should be in final form, or that the presentation, I'm going to be really honest, that they should have it memorized and be able to talk off the cuff. That to me is asking too much of people who have a ton of other things to do. I totally agree with you on the time of being skeptical, asking questions, giving us time to understand. What I was talking about is we can't expect perfection at every committee meeting.
I think there's an opportunity in how things are couched. And what I mean by that is if something is coming, well, by the time it gets to the board, it should be pretty well proofed, I guess is my thought. But when it's at the committee level and they're presenting something, it needs to be couched that this is our first draft. We're bringing it to you to start to socialize the concepts, to find out what questions you have. That to me is very different, and it has a different level of expectation. And that expectation would not be perfection.
That's what I would, here's our first best thinking.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
on that point, I'll add one thing to what Mr. Lackner said is why there might be a no vote. An additional reason for a no vote is just really what you've just addressed, is sometimes the information is simply inadequate for me to support something. It's not that I disagree. It's that the information is not adequate. So have we explored all other avenues? Have we fully vetted all the information we've gotten? And that is supposed to happen in the committee meeting.
Mhm.
I think sometimes we bring something to a committee meeting and then we're hoping to vote on it, as you say, 3 weeks later. And sometimes people aren't, if I've spent a lot of time on L&T, I might know more about what's coming down the pike than you do, because you were more focused on business services. And so we come to that meeting and there are questions that I might not have, but you do, because you haven't had the time. You didn't sit in that planning meeting that Mrs. McCabe and I were in. So you might have questions and you're going to need time to process that I've had the previous couple weeks to process. You haven't. And so I think this is one of the, way back to the original question, why are you on the board? And I'm trying to be brief, but why are you on the board is transparency and not rushing decisions. And so I want the lead time, and I want the lead time so that we can have the transparency, not just from myself, not just for other board members, for the community to be able to look at, digest and say, whoa, wait a minute, I don't like that, or hey, that's a great idea.
Love it.
One quick thing to add is that committee versus the committee presentations versus when it comes to the board for a vote and we're going to discuss it again. Sometimes in the committee, there are questions brought up that then spurs another question from me that I didn't even think about before when I was prepping, or something from our education experts or something from our business experts. Like, oh, you know what? I didn't think about that. And that spurs me to this. And I feel sometimes that admin might feel that we're trying to nitpick or put them on the spot. And I back to our norms. I think I can, even though I'm not the president, I can speak for all of us when I say we are just here for good intentions and we're trying to just figure out what this looks like. And so sometimes those questions, I can tell I feel like they are perceived as, trying to get in the weeds with them or nitpick or put them on the spot. And I don't think any of us really, I don't have time for that energy. So
I love it. Great way to create even better meaning making in that bullet there. So we will talk about committees a little bit later on. And I think it's a really important conversation that we have to have, because I think you're all defining, there is some big differences between committee work and board a board meeting. My expectation to assure the board and the community, when it is a board meeting, we better have our ducks in a row. And you better hold me accountable when the ducks are not in a row. And I mean that. I expect a high level of quality, thought, preparation. When we deliver a board report, when we deliver a board presentation, we're going to rock it. And you're also going to let me know when we don't rock it. And that's okay. I'm a big believer in feedback. I think that's how we grow. We want to keep getting better. And my intention is when it's board time, when it's game time, continuing to use whatever analogy or curtains going up or whatever, I want us rocking it. I want our presentations to be incredibly professional and thoughtful, and I believe they are, while always recognizing there's grace as we're humans. And we'll stumble, trip, and fall, and I will be the first one to stumble, trip, and fall over myself. But I have high expectations for myself and my team, and we've already been having those conversations about what that looks like. So we'll hit on that a little bit later as well. All right. We're just trying to remember what bullet I'm on. The board adopts policies necessary to provide general direction for the district and to encourage the achievement of district goals. Hearing none. That wasn't great wait time, but the superintendent develops plans, programs, and procedures needed to implement the policy and directs the district's operations. Board members will not take individual action that might compromise the board or district.
In general, I think that's a great statement. However, I feel like that is incredibly broad. So
for me, one of the most important things is the board takes no action. Individual board members take no action. Matt by himself takes no action. Matt with 3 of his colleagues at a board table takes action. And just to continue, I think this is the making sure that we're doing right by the organization. I think it also talks about board members never take off their board hat. And that's hard because many of you are parents as well. And that's hard because I don't know if you know this, every staff member knows who you are. And it is, this is just us being honest. And it's when I walk into the room as well. It's different. I don't get, even though on a one-to-one basis with staff, I'm Paul. I know they know they're talking to the superintendent. The same is true for each of you. Even when it's about your own children, you're always wearing that board hat. And I believe that's what it also talks about, and not take into individual action that might compromise the board or the district. That's what it speaks to, is when you're walking in, you're not talking about board work. If it is your son or daughter's educator or a staff member, that's how I interpret those pieces. It's absolutely talk about your son or daughter, and none of us need to know about any of that. But if it rolls into board work, then all of a sudden you've got to be incredibly thoughtful because that hat is on.
I think we need to talk a little more about action. So.
And we're going to get to that one in the next session. We're going to get a little
Okay.
deeper into that one. I
Because-
promise you.
Okay, because
What's your question or comment?
is because action outside of the school district. If I'm involved in a organization or I'm involved in a campaign, or if I've got a group of people who I agree with,
Mhm.
that could be not what the board has agreed to. What does action mean? So whether we talk about it
Mhm.
now, I see that as being something that we've wrestled with because of First Amendment rights.
Yeah.
And all that.
I think that's an important one. I think
Mhm.
and I'm glad you brought it up. I think the key word in this one is compromise, and it's one of those words that has some latitude in the possibility for proactively having a negative impact on the district is an easy one for us to say, boy, we'd like to be against that. Let's not proactively do something that's at loggerheads with the district's intent. On the other hand, compromise is pretty open to interpretation, and so whether we agreed or disagreed on a content area, I would support your right to go support those
Mhm.
things that you want to be part of. And as an individual citizen, I'd say have at it and parade in the streets as you so desire, because that's the beauty of this whole experiment. At the same time, what are the constraints and what's good practice? That's really hard to police. And the word compromise leaves it really, really open for interpretation. And it's a challenging one for me because I see those two things, the kind of the parading in the streets and the work here, as complementary more often than in conflict. And so what does it mean to compromise? I mean, we have other norms that we agree to, which is that the president speaks on behalf of the board, and any individual board member speaks on behalf of him or herself as a voter and as a citizen and as a person, but not as a representative of the board. Those are reasonable distinctions. I think maybe the public doesn't always see those distinctions, but we as board members need to be cognizant of them.
Yep. Okay, we will. Joe, I 100% agree with what you're saying. At times it is hard, but always be cognizant you are a board member, because you are first and foremost a U.S. citizen who has all those rights afforded to you, and your decisions to make those. But be mindful, you also sit here. You're an elected official when you're making those choices. But I'm not here to be your parent, or nor is there any other board member. You have those rights to join that parade, to do those pieces that you think are really important to you as an individual and what you believe in. But for me, it's always in the back of your head. Do you want that on the front page of the Daily Herald? Is that where is that what you would want? And if it is, good on you. Good on you. Rock and roll, baby. And we'll deal with those pieces. So it is a little more nebulous, but I think it's more of a reminder.
Bill, I also believe that it's important that the board trusts each other.
I love it.
So there are many things that I would probably do differently if I wasn't a board member, because I want the board to trust me. Social media is a really difficult one. And just this weekend, I typed out a whole thing and deleted it before I posted it, because I didn't want it misinterpreted. And that's why I stick to grandkids. But those are the issues that we have bumped into with our community. Somebody's seen talking to somebody.
Mhm.
That person totally disagrees with you, Becky. Why are you talking to them? Because I'm trying to get their perspective. But
Mhm.
no, that means you are aligned to them. So I don't want the board to mistrust my actions. And I can't predict what the community is going to say, but the board members should know me as best they can. And so some things I give up, even though I have the First Amendment right, because my job here is to do what's best for kids. And that means working as a board team. So I think those are things, yes, you can go rally all you want, but remember you're wearing the board hat. And I want to do what's best for kids. And that board hat right now is pretty important.
I love that, Becky. Thank
To
you.
both of your points, Joe and Becky, we also have a duty, an oath to engage with all members of our community and all members of the board and our superintendent. So after a board meeting, if somebody's talking to a constituent to your point, that does not necessarily implicate a best friendship. It is, I am a board member, I'm an elected official, there's a constituent in the audience, they want to have a comment, or maybe they're like, hey, where'd you get your shoes? There's an assumption, unfortunately, and sometimes it is, where did you get your shoes with me? Because I love shoes. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, there's an inherent assumption at times that there's an alignment or a connection, and it could just be something completely benign.
Yep. I love the trust factor.
So,
Ultimately, that's where
yeah,
we're at. We
trust.
got to trust each other. This last bullet, no surprises by the superintendent or board members. This one is key for me. And it goes to an earlier conversation we had. So no surprises is that you're not getting a board packet that you're like, where did this come from? No surprises is the board members have read the board packet prior to the meeting. And one of the things we'll talk about a little bit later on. What I would love is that board members send the superintendent questions about the board packet, not to stifle transparency, but to ensure that the board has the right answers on Monday night. And again, it does not stop the board members from asking those same questions in public. That's a surprise. Surprises are a multitude of things. Again, from my perspective, I don't want the board to hear about something in the grocery store that you should have heard from me. Hold me accountable to that, and vice versa. If you're hearing something that I'm walking in on Monday night, I'm like, oh, that would have been nice to know 10 minutes before. Those are the surprises. And it goes to that trust and those relationships that we're all in this together, and we're better served when we talk to each other and we're able to help each other and we're preparing each other for the greatest amount of success. And again, there will always be things that happen in the moment. I'm not saying that will never occur, but for the most part, we can limit those things.
Submitting questions a little bit early prior to a committee meeting or a board meeting might also help
Oh.
decrease stress on the part of the staff, feeling like we're on the spot, we're trying to nitpick them. We might
Huge.
still ask the exact same
Yes.
question, but then they're a little bit more prepared, or they have a heads up, and especially if it's a sensitive topic, it might help to create not only a stronger rapport, but also the positive intent, but a little less discomfort. Because, there's 7, 8, there's 9 of us when we have 2 others staring at them and the whole community watching behind them, that I could see how anybody's going to be stressed out about that. And it just might ease tensions a little bit more.
And we'll talk about that one a little bit later as well.
And on that, I know when we had talked before, one of the things you had said is you would hope to, we typically have that board packet published on Thursday, and you had talked about maybe doing that a week ahead of time instead. I think the public would love that, and I think that would go a long way toward establishing trust with you and the public, especially in his new role.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things if I'm busy, if I'm doing something on the weekend, I don't have time to read that packet, but I might have time from Monday to Monday to read that.
And that's really an important piece that again, we'll talk about a little bit later on, just the timeline for everything. And I know it's going to look a little different than what D303 has seen in the past, but in my prior experiences and recognizing each experience is new, but if I lean on my experiences, it does that. It allows the community to be able to spend time with the packet. It allows, most importantly, the board members to engage in the packet. And then it allows for the board to ask those questions that we can respond back to the board in a timely manner. So it does those different pieces. So I appreciate that. Would it be okay if we take a 10-minute break? We've been rolling.
Please.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, I think we are returning back from break. And just to re-ground everybody, we're on for discussion 3, item C.
All right. Got to get myself all live here. So board superintendent communication expectations. So that is C. So everybody had that one in front of you. It starts with number 1. There is no expectation of privacy for any communication sent to the board or its members, whether sent by email, text, or other means. This is just more matter of fact. Everything is for public consumption out there. So be thoughtful about those emails, texts, and other communication. If contacted individually, board members will refer the person to the appropriate level of authority, except in unusual situations. But this one really speaks about there is kind of a chain of command. It generally, what we like, if a community member reaches out or somebody reaches out, it's to the most appropriate level within the organization. And oftentimes that's to the teacher, that's to the building principal. Very rarely does it move all the way up to the superintendent right out of the gate. And it's just referring the community members, the families, whomever, to the right level of the organization. In the coming weeks, what Tammy and I have committed to is really creating a really good flow chart for community members to know where that connection is. And again, most of the time, it's at the school level. That's really where the work and the operations occur. And then when things aren't met with that satisfaction, it's that slow move up the chain and ensuring we have the right people. But we will have that in the coming weeks to the board and to our community, where we'll put it on our website, just to create greater clarity of how to go about accessing the appropriate information, how to access the level of care that is needed for each situation.
Can I just interrupt for a second? It's been my past practice that if I am contacted by an individual, I will send them to the right authority, but let the superintendent know.
I would appreciate it. It just helps me know what's going on out there. And we'll put that in. We'll add that aspect. Number 3, board members' questions or communication to staff or about programs will be channeled through the superintendent's office. This is really important for me. As I indicated earlier, you have one employee, that is the superintendent. If you send that information to me, I'll ensure that it's disseminated to the appropriate staff, and most importantly, that we ensure that the question, comment, concern is addressed. And generally speaking, it will be from me, but with staff support. And what we'll also do, and it's spoken about a little or written a little bit later, make sure that what is good for one is good for all. Even though Matt may have emailed me a question, we will make sure that the whole board has the question and the response. I initially may just email Matt back, but on our Friday communication, I'll make sure all board members have information. What's good for one is good for all.
Can I ask a question about
Ask
that?
away.
With regards to communication between board members and admin or cabinet members, or when you're working in a committee situation and you have that administration liaison, for me, it's going to be you, so that'll be irrelevant on
Yep.
policy.
Yeah.
I can just ask you the question. Where does that lie within that? For me, obviously, that would be totally fine for me to CC you and Heidi, because that's what we do.
Mhm.
However, if you're having have a clarification question
Yeah.
on something, I mean, how would you like that handled?
To me, on the committee piece, when you do have a cabinet liaison, you email that individual, CC me, just so again, I'm in the loop. I'm I'm not trying to stop any communication, but one thing that's really important for me is that there's real good structure within the organization. Really defined structures that we're continuing to move forward in one direction. What I don't want occurring are 7 board members telling different cabinet members things to do and going out and doing all these different pieces. And we'll talk about committee meetings a little bit in detail. And it ties to what we talked about earlier. We have real clear goals of what that committee is trying to do. And it's aligned to those big goals of what we're trying to achieve. So those things should just be in direct alignment. And it shouldn't be some random rabbit hole we're going to go down on a different topic. So we'll talk about those. But yeah, when they're the committees, that is that natural connection already that you guys are having those conversations. All I would ask for is a CC, and that includes Tammy as well. For me, and Tammy already knows that, as I texted her at 6:30 this morning, like, help. She is my right arm, and really important in my communication. Just in our brief time together, she is great at making sure I'm moving in the right direction. Hey, Paul, let's get a crack-a-lackin' on these other pieces. And for me to have her having that backup, hey, remember there was the board response is needed. All those pieces, again, it's just that clear communication. So we're serving the board as best as humanly possible. And Tammy is integral in that perspective. Okay. 4, the superintendent will provide a weekly update every Friday. Information needing the board's response will be highlighted in yellow. So what I do, which is not dissimilar to what has occurred in the past, every Friday, except for this one, it will start next Friday, will be a weekly update. And at the top will be a little bit more of a narrative from my perspective of things that are occurring within the district. One of the things that will be in there is a look forward section. This is a kind of a tip of the hat to the board, saying here are things that are coming up. And there oftentimes I'll be asking for board input to give me a call. Let me know what you're thinking on a topic. And I'll give you, oftentimes there'll be different attachments. And that's where I'm going to be looking for some feedback from board members. But we'll highlight in yellow saying we're seeking your feedback. Cabinet members will also, but it will be more in a bullet form of the work we're doing, with the work that's occurring within their department areas. So it's pretty clean. It's generally just a couple pages long. But I think it's very informative and helpful for the board. This is also where we'll put in any board communication. Anybody who has emailed me, we'll make sure the whole board sees the conversation that is occurring. Again, what's good for one is good for all. But every Friday, you'll have a weekly update from my team. And I've talked about this. If an if an email is sent to the whole I'm missing a word, to the whole board by a community member. So that's, they've clicked on our website, they hit it, and all board members, but also the superintendent and my executive assistant, Tammy, have been CC'd on that. It's focused on, and if it's focused on the operations of District 303, the superintendent and or designees will respond to the community member. We log those, but we really feel like we're in the best position to answer those for the board. So when it's sent to the full board, I'll respond to the community member and the full board. Again, CCing specific cabinet members, always Tammy. So the full board sees the response. So things have been taken care of. That has been addressed.
Where does Let's Talk fit into this?
So that's one that I'm still wrapping my brain around, but it's very similar that around the Let's Talk, that we're already starting to do it. Again, having Tammy doing these pieces where we're collecting that feedback and making sure we have the right cabinet member responding to those, and we're responding back to the Let's Talk and any of these other conversations. Because I think one of the things that is really critical is when a community member asks a question, that we're responding in a timely manner. As in,
Will that be included in the data that she's tracking,
Yes.
the Let's Talk stuff? So what we see is comprehensive.
you're gonna just one-stop shopping.
Okay,
So you're
Okay.
not looking for 10 different things to say, who's communicating on this, who's communicating on that, that we want to really make sure that it's easy for you to digest and that we've taken care of business.
What is the ideal or the required time frame for the response?
So generally, I like to be within that 48-hour time frame. I know there are some people who just like are adamant that we respond right away. That's not, I want to respond accurately. And 99.8% of the time, I don't have all the necessary information. So I have to go seek and make sure that we're getting the right information. So I believe most community members and board members too want timely feedback. But most importantly, I think you want accurate feedback. So we're really striving for that 48 hours is where we want to be, sooner if able.
2 points. One, from experience, I found that if I responded with, thank you, I'm on it,
Yep.
that gives the person some relief that, yes, somebody's reading it. I also wanted to just say that I really appreciate when senior leadership has responded and said they're responding on behalf of the board and that all board members have received it.
Thank
That,
you.
that,
Great additions
Yeah.
on both.
All board members and the superintendent.
I appreciate that. So we'll add that in there. Number 6, if an email is sent. Oh, did I do that one?
No.
Okay, if an yeah, thank you. Oh,
Now is not the time to get into the discussion about Let's Talk, but I would in the future, just to be noted, I would like to talk about the value of it.
thank you.
Same here.
Jillian, thank you for that, because I've been asking the same question. Heidi brought it to me and I'm like, what is that thing? And how do we respond and what do we do? And so thank you for that.
I'm just appreciative that you're aggregating that stuff because that has, it really, I feel like I'm kind of, and sometimes the octopus doesn't get all his tentacles out.
Yep,
And so I appreciate the information that's being aggregated.
we're trying. We're really going to work hard on streamlining your communication and what you're seeing and hearing on a regular basis. And that will always be through that weekly update.
One quick question. Did you say that there will be a response to the whole board? We'll see it and in the moment and on the Friday thing, or maybe timely issues come to us right away and then there'll be a summation?
Timely issues will always come right to you. And on some of those timely issues, my preference is that if it's and again, it's a little bit late, well, it's number 7, so I'll hold that one. So yeah, if Matt emails me a question and it's general, or I'm going to respond back to him, CCing Tammy, and then we will scan that and put that in the weekly update. If it is like a burning fire piece, we will email the whole board. If an email is sent to the whole board and it pertains specifically to the board or board members, the board president will respond to the individual community member and CC the superintendent and executive assistant. The superintendent or executive assistant will then forward the response to the full board. Now, saying that, the board president also has a full-time job. So we would work in collaboration with the board president to make sure that the board president feels equipped to be able to answer that. But there are some times where it's not, quite honestly, within my purview to answer some of those questions. I would say the vast majority will fall within the operations of the district, but there are some about just very specific board pieces. And I'll consult with Heidi, the board president, to make sure she feels that she's got this one and what support we can add to that. Number 7, the superintendent will notify board members of the following school emergencies by text, regardless of the time of day or location of the incident, if involving staff or students, weather delays and school closures, student staff emergency, death, significant injury, and active violence, school active shooter, lockdown, fire, serious bus accident. Follow up on that. The superintendent will text the board any emergency notification prior to immediate release. Weekly updates will include other non-emergent information. So I'm a big, I believe in the text because I know you're all busy. And email, you know, that's a harder thing to always just like, as we're working, access D303 email. So I feel like it's really important as the superintendent that I'm making sure the board is aware in the most timely way. The best way I know is through text. Now, these are the pieces that I'm going to keep you aware of. I'll be clear. I'm not going to notify you every time a situation occurs at each of our schools. We have 12,500 students. There will be times that a young person will have, I'm just going to say, like an asthma attack that will something will be responded to it. I go back to the trust. You're going to trust that not every police, fire, or anything or ambulance has a true emergency situation, emergency for that young person or that staff. But I will make sure you are fully aware if we've got a situation brewing. This board will hear directly from me, and there will be times that I'll ask Tammy to send the text because I'm in the middle of it. So we'll really work hard to make sure that you're not hearing third hand that we had a significant situation at one of our schools.
So this is a change from, we are typically notified by email of every bus incident and any kind of ambulance or situation that happens at each of the schools by email, not by text. But are we, so we will not be getting those emails any longer?
If the board wants that, I just know, even coming from I've worked in a 42,000 student district, I've worked in a 3,500, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on. If the board wants that, we can collect that, and that can be emailed on a Friday if the board is interested in that. But it's not don't expect that in a timely manner. That would happen on a Friday, that we would give you a collection of stuff that's occurred, but as literally the board's prerogative as to what you want on that issue.
Could I request that you just check with your staff? Because 911, this has been going on for a long time, that 911 calls, we notify the board. There's a reason, because very quickly it's on social media and the board is asked, what's going on? Why didn't you know? And then all of a sudden we're calling your office. So if you could
Okay.
check to see, because we often get it from Lynn or we got it from the PR person, just so you know, there was a medical emergency and the 911 was called. I think it might be to your advantage to have us know and not have to deal with outside stuff. So if you could see if it's if it's causing you issues on time, I get that. We wouldn't want to cause you not to deal with the situation.
I would just say, kind of to be devil's advocate, I think probably the bus accidents are pretty critical because there's a number of students that are impacted. To your point, I don't know if there's one student impacted. I'd kind of leave it up to the collective group where I'm at. I don't need to know necessarily that one student's been impacted that day. I would like to know collectively though, how many times we have 911 incidents during the week and that type of thing. But that's just my thoughts.
I think maybe some of the items you have listed with number 7 that I would love to have a text for, because then I'm not looking at, scanning through my email. However, to the other points that we usually would hear if 911 was called or a bus accident, if it's not an emergency, obviously an emergency for the student, but
Mhm.
those kinds of things, I think when when it happens, going into my email is fine. Especially if there's going to be one bus broke down or something and there's going to be a delay in a group of students getting home. That to me is not an emergency that I need to be texted about, but it's nice to have it notified via email so that when I'm checking, I'm aware of it because
Okay.
we do get phone calls. Did you hear about? And then I know actually the story, to
Mhm.
Becky's point, then we're not bothering you guys.
Okay,
I don't want it to be a burden for anyone. But I know that Carol Smith had her kind of arrangement of what she did in what way. And I think the really, really big emergency stuff would be great for text, and then smaller stuff, 911 happening. It'd be better for me if I found out that day as opposed to it.
okay. So
But
I
then
hear a
maybe an
consensus.
aggregate is good.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a broken down bus, I don't need to hear about that. But yeah, definitely any kind of accident or things like that. One of the things that we weren't getting in a timely manner that I would like to see, and I don't know how the rest of the board feels about this, but when there are fights in the high, especially that happen mostly in the high school, but we wouldn't get notification of that and possibly what the situation is. And then that is one thing that is videotaped. Then we're getting video sent to us where, I would just like to hear the information from
Okay.
administration.
It's really is a matter of, if it's something that somebody might call us about. Is really, I think
And-
So what I'm collectively hearing is you want to stay with the emergent pieces, but you still want to have
I-
that conversation, at
I
least
don't need to hear
notification.
about, a kid at Person Creek, had an asthma attack and his mother
Mhm.
was called. And we've gotten some of those kinds of,
We have.
those aren't really important to me, but,
The bigger.
a bus accident and now there are going to be 50 kids that are going to be
Mhm.
getting home late. Somebody might, probably not me, but somebody might make a phone call. If there's a fight, and it certainly, if it's videotaped, I'm probably going to hear about it. So those kinds of things that somebody might contact us, but the rest of it, I'm okay with it coming on Friday.
The only thing I was just gonna kind of throw out there as a caveat too, I think it's really important if we are, as individual board members, getting calls related to 911 was called as a school. I think it's just very important what we share,
Mhm.
especially if it's an individual student, or really, it doesn't even matter, really.
What
I
I
bet-
like about,
What I like about getting some sort of snippet from the district is then I know what the official comment is. Obviously, we're not going to share
Mhm.
HIPAA related or identity related information, but then when I get a call, did you hear? And I know the story is way bigger in the public chat than what it really was. I can say, oh, well, this is my understanding and this is how it is. And then a very small statement can be responded to, because of course I don't speak for the board, but we get those phone calls.
Earlier, Mrs. Fairgrave talked about the idea of a scorecard with which we get quite comfortable. And programmatically, we talk often about whether this program or that program is doing well, and we have some measures associated with that. We rarely talk about what our trend line conditions related to standard operating measures. So when we have a communication about an incident like this, it brings to mind for me the notion that in a governance role, what we're really concerned with clearly is that you're equipped to handle the incident.
Mhm.
But for the board, one of the questions is the presence of incidents shifting or changing and going in a different direction? Talk about fights or other health and safety issues. One of the things that I encourage us to consider is let us think about what an operating scorecard would look like and what is the board's role for looking at that scorecard. Fights is a good example, or any health and safety measure, which is the administration has to handle each incident. The board has to determine whether or not administration has the right approach and resources associated with those incidents. And the only way that we can really do that is to say, are they trending
Mhm.
normally, abnormally, or otherwise? And it's not the absolute count or anything else. It's the trend and the deviation that we care about. So I think, the communication issue around incidents, I I concur with everyone's perspectives here. I think the additional thing is maybe what we consider is what an operating scorecard looks like. And it could be the kind of thing that we add to an agenda in the board meeting that says, here are our 5 health and safety measures. And oh, by the way, we're in green,
Yeah.
or we're in red on one, and maybe we ought to be talking about it.
Love a great conversation on
That's a
this.
great idea.
Thank you, thank you. Number 8, the regular board meeting packets and supporting documentation will be posted no later than the end of the day. I have written here Tuesday, but it will be Monday, as Tammy and I refine that. So we will. Yes, unless it's a holiday. Well, yeah, amen. Amen. So cross that. I'm just doing my own. 9. The superintendent will meet with the board president and vice president to review and discuss the board meeting agenda on the Monday, 2 weeks prior to the board meeting. The packet will be electronically posted for board review 1 week prior to the board meeting. It is the responsibility of the board to review the packet. So we spoke about that earlier and addressed that, and that's where we're going to have. Tammy has a nice little form that she put in the packet that really lays it out for us. And then here's that additional piece. Questions regarding the board packet will be emailed to the superintendent and executive assistant by Friday at 1 p.m. Staff will work to answer questions and send a response to the board by noon on Monday. This will allow the board ample time to review our responses, because we want to make sure the board is also, it's one thing that we have the answer, but I want to make sure the board has that as well. And the full board will have those questions. It may have been Becky who asked it, but the full board will have access to the question and the answers.
Just to reiterate this, I think people need to feel comfortable that it's okay to ask questions, because then you come prepared. And it's not hiding anything from the community or other board members, because sometimes those questions get added into the presentation and answered. So I hope people see that it really is helpful to the work that goes on by administration to have, if you know what your questions are, let us know now so we can be prepared to speak to it. And then I think it's really critical, and I have to commend Tammy to staying with folks we need to let the board know these questions. Did we reply? We can't reply all, they can.
Yep.
So thank you for making that part of the work.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting that. It doesn't work when board aren't sending us any questions, and then we roll in on Monday night and staff are peppered with different questions that they weren't prepared for. What will end up occurring is, all right, we'll have to get back to you. And then that delays the board work. I'm just telling you, my experiences, we will get those answers to you. We will do the work behind the scenes to make sure you're all as prepared as humanly possible. So we're prepared and we're ready to rock and roll on Monday night for you, for the benefit of our board.
I have had the difficulty sometimes when I get the board packet and I have a presentation in front of me and I don't have any notes with it. I don't know what they're going to say.
Yeah.
I've got a slide with, something I can, I'm not sure what they're even wanting to say about it. So I don't know what questions asked often. So.
And Jillian, I want to be clear. I am not saying don't ask any new questions at the board table, because you're right. Context matters. And the board presentation is the board presentation. And what I want to make sure that our cabinet members are doing, we're not reading the slides to you. You can all do that. I want us to be able to bring that information to life. And in those moments, I still want to encourage board members to be asking questions. My piece is, if you see something within the board packet that is like, what does this mean? Where are you going with this? Or I need a little more detail here. But I want to highly encourage the board to still ask us questions in the moment, because you're right. The context of it, you're like, I think I know where you're going, but let me hear when Christine or Marcy or Scott present it. Please ask those questions. 11, Attend all questions or requests for information were responded to within 72 hours of the business work week. If information requires more than 72 hours to gather, the board will be informed. But again, we'll do exactly what Becky was talking about. Board, we've received it. We're working on it and we'll get right back to you. So you also know we've got it. And most of the time we'll be able to respond in a much more timely than 72 hours, but I like the, hey, we got it.
Think, I've been very grateful to, senior leadership. There, we will get a significant email about a situation at a school. And then we will hear what has happened or how it's been addressed. That kind of takes it off, good, that worked
That's done.
through. So I hope senior leadership knows how appreciative it is to get the information.
Thank you. 11, all board members will receive the same information. If one one board member requests additional information, the administration will send the same information. So we've spoken about this one and how that will be done and shared. What's good for one is good for all. 12, the member of the media calls or emails the board or individual board members. The board members will inform the superintendent and executive assistant. The superintendent and designee will also add any needed information in answering questions. Again, the board president speaks to the media on behalf of the board, but we're here to support and offer guidance there. 13, the superintendent will ensure board members are well informed in a timely manner. No surprises.
The one item I would like to propose that is added here is something around if a written communication is that would probably be the primary channel. If a written communication is going to go out to the district, and it is not the normal course of, making sure that your students are registered by July 1. If there's something like that we would like to have time to review that prior to it going out and either ask questions or at a minimum, just make sure that we're all aware that it's coming.
Absolutely.
I would underline that because I am the only board member that doesn't have a student. And I don't get anything that isn't coming to the board. So keeping in mind that people are getting information through different would be helpful. And also the board, sometime in the last year, agreed to these agreements. So I would like to recommend, if possible, that what we're agreeing to today is reflected back into we work pretty hard on these expectations of the board, and maybe policy could look and make sure that those things, as well as what we agreed to here.
That will be done. And Tammy and I also looked at them as we were creating this document and making sure that we'll do that. But ultimately, it'll be one document, that we're not looking at 2-3 different things and confusing more people. All right, we'll continue there with superintendent expectations. And we'll add that on there.
Can I just ask one question
Please.
quickly? So just for context, all emails that come through the Board of Education, will everything be responded to? Meaning, even if it's just a matter of statement or opinion or thought, will there be a message that goes out that says this was received? Thank you for your input. Because I think sometimes there's ones where they have specific questions or need direction, and then there's others where they're just sounding off and giving some opinion.
Yep.
And so I was just curious. Sometimes I see that those are responded to, and maybe I'm not privy to some of the responses because I try and keep things in my inbox until they're responded to, and then I archive them. So I was just curious about that, or if there was a standard to that.
There's an automatic response that's generated acknowledging to the sender that it has been received.
So one of the things that I would like to consider is if the board president is going to make a statement based on the whole board, that the whole board has been able to weigh in on that statement. I think we've had statements made by a board president where the board didn't know about it until it was posted. Now, I'm not saying under anyone who's on the board right now. So I would like to be able to weigh in.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll add
Maybe-
those.
Sorry,
Oh, no.
maybe this is or isn't the right time. My conversation with Heidi yesterday, when I had reviewed these and we were talking about the upcoming meeting today. I don't remember which one of us said it, but it was, these are great. How do we ensure accountability? How do we, and to Becky's point, folding them into our expectations is a great idea too. What does accountability in that look like? And maybe we don't talk about it now, but
I can address it briefly. That's one of my roles. One of the roles of the board president is that accountability. And it's also each board member's accountability. The board is accountable to the board. My role is to help the board do its work, offering ideas and suggestions, but ultimately the board is my boss. So it's working in collaboration with the board president to offer insights and feedback, but the board is accountable to the board. It really ensures that the board is looking at these, reviewing these, and holding yourself as an individual board member to this expectation. And there will be occasions that Heidi may step in and just say, as a reminder, this is where we're at. So it's that, but great question on that. So these are those superintendent expectations. Direction to the superintendent is only given at board meetings by the majority of the board. So this is doing action. Board or superintendent, go do this. We need this done. Where I find superintendents get themselves crosswise with boards is when they're taking direction by individual board members, and all of a sudden I'm running around doing this, and I'm then doing that, and then I'm doing this, and board members are like, why are you doing this? And why are you doing that? Who told you to do that? The board speaks with one voice at the board table. That's where they give directions to their one employee is at that table. Now, is that calling and giving me feedback on different pieces? Absolutely. Absolutely. But the true direction is given by the majority of the board or the full board. 2, any questions, comments, or concerns are to be sent to the superintendent and CC the executive assistant to the superintendent. The board president should also be CC'd in terms of significant courtesy. So bigger items, it would be really good that the board president is notified as well. And then again, I'll direct to the right individual to make sure that we have the right answers for you.
And just as an aside, being co-chairs, I would rather copy the co-chair if I have questions, and then whoever wants to send it to the board president can do that, but we can't put 3 people on.
Mhm.
So
Thank you.
for L&T, I'd rather Matt knew that I was writing those questions than
Yep.
no matter
Thank
how
you.
much respect I have for you, Heidi, I think it's better than Matt. Okay.
So we'll feed that in there. That's great. Just technical pieces.
maybe that with your specific example, you're doing that and it's because it's also CC to Paul and Tammy will then.
Yep. You will
because-
get it.
Because we can't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you will
Yeah.
eventually get all
That
communication.
makes sense.
Number 3, board members will not communicate directly with cabinet, principals, or any staff members through email, phone calls, or text messages in their official capacity. It is if it is appropriate for board members to advocate for and celebrate staff members via email with a CC to the superintendent and executive assistant. So this feels like I'm Mr. Control. I'm not. But this is very typical of boards in corporate world, in school districts throughout the nation. That you have one employee, you're directing the information to the one employee. And I talked about this earlier, when board members are having conversations with different staff members, principals, teachers around district work, that's not related to your own child, the district becomes somewhat disorganized because it doesn't know how to take direction. It's getting feedback from different sources within the organization. And remember, you're always wearing that board hat. So a staff member feels obligated. Ed came to me. I better, as a board member, so it's very different. I am asking and requesting that all communication come to me. Again, if it is, hey, how you doing? How you, because you also have personal relationships with people. And I'm not squashing that. If it's board, school district business, send it to me. I'll get you the answer and I'll make sure the appropriate people have that piece. I just want to make sure that I have my arms around the organization. And that way we're moving towards the big goals and we're not all doing different things that I quite honestly don't know about.
Let me, as a point of clarification, if I'm a co-chair of business services, for example, or Joe, and we have a question about something related to establishing the agenda or, whatever it might be, I would think it would be more expedient to go directly
Yes.
to Justin as a co-chair. Now, if I'm not one of the chairs of business services, then I should be either talking to Joe or going to you.
Yes, that is. So we'll add that caveat in
Okay,
there.
okay.
When it comes to the committee, now I'm just getting in the way. The last thing I need is to slow the work down. But I would appreciate, and we'll add this as a bullet, that I'm CC'd on there. So I know what's occurring within that committee. But I don't want to slow the work down between you and Justin saying, hey, this is what the agenda is looking like. Let's clean this piece up. Let's do that. That's quicker than me then going to Justin to do the same thing.
Now, this is in terms of phone calls, emails, and text messages. So what is the expectation if I'm touring a building or I'm at an event?
Mhm.
What's your expectation there?
That if you're at an event, you're at the event for whatever that purpose is. But the moment it goes down to board work, district work, just recognize that is a different piece. Quite honestly, it's giving direction. Careful when, hey, I heard about this. Could you look into that? Very different than I'm at this really cool event. Principal so-and-so, that was amazing. Wow, those kids, all those things are absolutely appropriate. It's that when it trickles into, hey, I would like you to look into this. I would like you to do this. That's where the organization becomes a little bit of disjointed, and it's hard for me then to serve the board, because the board is then working with 7, 20, 40, 200 different people. And I'm like, well, good luck. Hope it all works out for you. Let me know how that initiative happens. And I say this very purposely, I want to be held accountable. But I have to know what I'm being held accountable for. If you're all telling people what to do, then I'm going to hold you accountable. Well, Matt, you wanted Tammy to do this for you. So I'm now holding you accountable to making sure that that's not how good organizations work. You have one employee. Let the one employee be held accountable for the work. And I say that out loud. I want to be held accountable for the expectations of the organization. But if I don't know all the expectations, then I'm in a really bad place. I can't serve you. Sorry, Ed.
Really, it's something that just popped into my head, and it's not a board member directing something, but collecting some information. And what popped in my head a number of years ago, I was at Fiddle Fest, which is a big event.
Okay.
Okay, it's a big music event in the spring that when I was there, it had been held at the middle schools. And I took note that this was, as a board member, was one thing, but as a parent sitting in the stands, I said, this is pretty crowded here. And this event needs, and so I asked, I said, is there a reason why this is not being held at the high school? I mean, I didn't say, go do this.
Yeah.
I said, is there a reason this isn't being held at the high schools? And the answer I got was that it conflicted with some of the practices and so forth. And I said, well, I'm going to say that in my view, this big event that really is the district's sort of known for, that should probably supersede a practice, given that, I'll quote Hoosiers, the basketball net is 10 feet at the middle school, just like it is at, so
Yeah.
we shift for that day. Could we shift if there's a necessity? So it wasn't a board member directing anything, but I collected information. And then I brought that back to the board as a whole and said, this is something I would hope we would consider. Ultimately, we did move it to
Mhm.
the high schools, and I think the event has grown as well. But so I want to clarify the difference between hearing information, getting information, and asking a question while you're on scene, as opposed to saying, you need to go and do
Yeah.
this.
And that is a great example. Like perfect example. I would ask that question come back to me. Because remember, you're wearing a board hat. When that question's asked to somebody, why is this event here? All of a sudden, I'm on my heels as a staff member. And I'm like, where are you coming from? How do I answer this? You're a board member. How do I go? Ask me. I will get you the answer. And it may not be the answer you want, but then the board's able to then, and quite honestly, those are operational pieces. When we're talking about those things, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense why we're jamming this number of people into this facility when it continues to grow. That's where I would ask you to ask me, and I'll find the answer for you. Because again, that hat you wear, it's a big hat, and staff know you. And at times it puts staff in a very different position to be able to answer the questions. And most are really comfortable doing, but I'm telling you, not all are. It's not universal that everybody's super comfortable talking to the superintendent, board members, or anybody. But I'll get you the answer, I promise. Great question, great clarifying.
If something like that were to come up in conversation, the way I think I would handle it would be try to have just a quick conversation about it, especially if the staff member is talking to me as a parent. But since you're always wearing that hat, is just shooting you a quick email. Hey, I was here and, we had this conversation and this.
Perfect.
So also to that point, since you're new and I've, had been on the board for a year, there are conversations I've had that it's not really a directive, but things that the prior superintendent was aware of me having conversations and gave his permission for. And I'm going to try to remember to give you the bullet points of those. Hey, this staff member and I were talking about this, and this was something we were thinking about that I was going to maybe help them with or whatever. There are lists of things like that maybe it would be a good idea for board members if they had any situation like that they could try to give you bullet points on so you were at least aware. Because I'm sure I'm going to forget some. And
absolutely,
I'm
I want
working
to
on
be
that.
aware. One of the and take this in the way I'm going to offer it. I do work. My team does the work. Board governs. I work. I'm the worker bee. My teams are the worker bees. We're doing that work for you in service to the board and to the community. So let us problem solve. Let us come and try to do that work for you, because then it becomes an individual board member taking on work. We do work. You govern. You own the theater.
Let's talk about for a minute, visits to schools or
Thank you.
events and that type of thing. Are we still, Tammy, going to track, and I guess maybe initially promote, we have these particular events coming up, if board members attend, to let you know, are we still going to do that?
Yeah, in the weekly update, we'll literally have a section, upcoming events. We'll tell you the date, the time, the place, the location. And it's always good. Again, it's not a must-to in my world, but it's out there. Board members sending Tammy or myself, hey, I'm going to go to that. So we're aware, because again, we can't have the majority of you in the same room. In the piece around OMA is that you're talking about district business. So making sure you're apart from each other. But yeah, we really I think it's critical that board members are in community events, and it definitely in school events. These are you're overseeing these pieces. So I want you there, and we're going to make sure you know about those upcoming events.
But it really would not probably be in the best interest of anyone to just pop in to a school. We would want
Thank
to
you.
have an objective and coordinate that.
Yes, popping into schools, no, please don't. I will facilitate that for you. I will. I will. The other piece we'll talk about a little bit later and at different days. One of the things that when we have our strategic plan, I'm going to make sure that the board members are in our schools for very specific reasons, and you're seeing very specific outcomes. So you're able to tell the story of our schools and our educators, our staff in a much better way, but it's super purposeful. When you drop by, I'm just telling you as a former principal, everybody swallows hard and like, oh boy, oh boy. And I directing my staff, I want to know. It's not tattletaling. It's, I want to know. I just want to know. If you want to be in the buildings, just let me know and I'll make it happen. It's not to keep you out. It's not to do any of those things, but random drop-bys freak people out.
And again, just to further clarification, unless of course it's related to your student.
Every time.
Completely
I don't
different.
need to know. I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Nor does anybody else. That's that personal piece. That's truly where the hat is off. But you and I talked about this a little bit, and I thought how you addressed it was really interesting. Would you mind just sharing that just briefly?
Consistency.
Yeah.
Okay. We were just talking and I was saying that really, I think especially from Paul and his team's standpoint, there is a huge goal and desire to build a system, a structure that is consistent. So it doesn't matter what school you go to, there's consistent practices and it's repeatable. And this is kind of, I think, the first step to doing that.
Mhm.
And so I'm sure there might be a need for adjustments along the way as we work through some of these things. But if we start with this, it just gets us that much closer to being consistent. And we've heard that feedback from community members too, right? They just want to know that if you're at Fearston Creek or Bell Graham, it's the same in terms of how logistics and things are handled.
And I think to go back to the point that I talked about, that we're a learning organization, I think it would be helpful as well as as you develop what you want board members to see, is to help us to know how to observe and how to respond. Because to go to another piece of this, staff members want to tell us a story. And I think when they tell us a story, we need to let you know what the story is they're telling. Because it gets messy.
It does.
Because they're advocating as well. And so I think I like the idea that when a board member comes, this is what you can expect. And I know when I was a teacher, I could not understand why the board wasn't in my classroom. Why didn't they come? And then you realize, oh, the majority of the board works and is unable to just drop in.
Yeah.
So I think it would be good
that.
also for the staff to know that just because board members are not in their classroom doesn't mean they are engaged in what's going on. So there's this partnership and trust that's built, and relying on people who have flexibility in their schedule doesn't mean that other people don't care. So
I love that. Thank you for that. I like that expectation piece.
One quick thing I wanted to piggyback on, when you were talking about being at an event in OMA, accidentally we didn't know this was going to happen. A National Honor Society event happened and all three of us showed up. Oh, well, you're here. Okay. We didn't sit together. We didn't talk about board business. However, those kinds of things do happen. And it's accidental. And I hope that the public realizes that if we're going to go to the North versus East football game, that's not an OMA violation. This is our board either supporting our students, like if our son or daughter is playing or something, we're not going to sit together and talk about board business. We know better. I know that might not always be the perception, but I mentioned during graduation how boring we were. And I think I said this to Matt, I was like, we're just talking about where we go on vacation and where we grew up. And so, we do know, we are trained in that, we understand that. So if we are going to go and support our football team or basketball team or swimmers or whatever, we are not there to talk about board business. Just
Thank you.
as a point of clarification, we want to support our kids.
Absolutely. 4, board members are respectful toward the staff and the staff's time. 5, requests for placing items on the agenda will be sent to the superintendent, board president, and executive assistant. The board president and vice president and superintendent will determine which upcoming meetings the agenda item will be added to. Board members provide timely feedback and a summative evaluation of the superintendent's performance according to the evaluation process timeline. And this one goes to, I want feedback. I want to keep getting better. And that really helps me as opposed to a one-shot summative evaluation. That there's this ongoing feedback that we've collectively agreed, be it quarterly, be it whatever, that there are times for the board, the superintendent, to be having those honest conversations about my performance. As your one employee, you want to ensure that the employee is given the necessary feedback, the information that's supportive, also the information that has opportunities for me to grow and improve my practice.
I think this is an area that we need to lock down a little tighter than just this statement. And I don't think we have to do it today, but I think we absolutely need to. So you get consistency from us that we aren't hustling because we missed a deadline.
Mhm.
So I think
Yep.
if we can do
We can
that.
work on
Yep,
that.
I made a note. Oh, I agree.
And if this hasn't been said enough, no surprises. 7, and then the superintendent or designee is responsible for all hiring processes. This one's really important to me. Board has one employee. My staff, we will work to in hiring the best possible staff. That's an evaluation aspect too, that you see. Is the superintendent following through and hiring the best people for the organization?
I would like to make sure that the board is all comfortable with this because we've had conversations in the past that there are maybe senior leadership roles that the board should be involved in.
Mhm.
So I'm setting it out so that that conversation can be clarified.
From my perspective, I'm comfortable as if board members, like we did in some of these earlier ones, where board members are a part of, but recognizing with most senior level principal hirings, ultimately, this is my decision. Because if the board's making those recommendations, then I go back to the conversation I had earlier, using Matt as the example, then I'm going to hold you accountable. That wasn't a very good hire, Heidi. Good luck. Make sure you give them feedback. Make sure you do all those pieces. And I say that jokingly, but I take this very seriously. The hiring, the cultivating of staff and making sure we have the right staff for where we're going. Again, I'm hiring staff based off of what we want to achieve as an organization. And to be that good to great organization, this is that trust that you have to put in me, that I am hiring the best, the brightest, the most capable individuals for a particular role. I am comfortable with some feedback from board members as we go through it. And I think those board members who participated in principal or cabinet level positions, I think was handled beautifully, gave feedback, but ultimately did not jump into any of my further conversations about who's going to have the position or who's not going to have the position. Thank you for pushing on that.
I think one of the, just to loop you in, Paul, was that when we were going through this transition processes and we had some very key positions open in leadership, one of the reasons, I'm sorry, as a board, we agreed that really this isn't our role, but because there's so much transition, we just wanted to be of support. We didn't want to be the decision maker, but we wanted to be of support so that not only the current leadership team felt supported, but that the community knew we were invested in supporting the process and then turning it back over to the new superintendent once that was in place. That was my understanding of what we wanted as a board.
But I'm also, because I've had it both ways. The hiring's mine, And board members aren't at the table at all during the hiring process.
Yeah, there's, this board and the administration has had inconsistencies in practices and procedures associated with hires, even at the cabinet level, even in my short tenure as a board member. I'll give you a specific example. Committee co-chairs participated in the evaluation process for the assistant superintendent for finance and business services, but not for the chief academic officer. That's a major inconsistency. The presence of that inconsistency is discomforting. So when I see a statement that reads, the superintendent is responsible for all hiring processes, let's have a discussion about the design of that process and the roles and responsibilities of each party during that process. You talked about the comfort level that you had in the most recent assistant superintendent hirings and the board participation therein. I think that the idea of having an agreed upon process and agreed upon roles and responsibilities is quite important, and the continuous revisiting if necessary, but certainly the compliance with that process during the hiring process is really important. The inconsistency is something I think we should seek to eliminate.
Is this the opportunity? So I know what is on your slate, and I'll expand for the whole board. And your HR leader as well, is to do an audit, if you will, around the process related to hiring and probably many others.
Yes, as I look into the audience at Ms. Conlon, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Yes, that is an area that we've had already a number of conversations around the consistency. Marcy prides herself on having a very consistent process in which all schools, the district, follow. So yes, we're absolutely already getting into that. Joe, to your question, I think it is important to hear from the board. Do they want to participate like they did in the recent principal cabinet level positions, where one or two board members are a member of the interview team, offer feedback just like any other member, and we have that consistency. So I know which way the board really wants to go on this. With understanding, the superintendent makes the final recommendation, and I'm really clear about that. I then bring a recommendation to the full board, for the full board. And when Marcy offers a position to somebody, she's offering the position with the understanding that it is a recommendation to the Board of Education to hire this individual. Because ultimately the board and the personnel report hires all employees.
I suspect we lack unanimity on this issue. I think it is difficult from this board seat to approve the level of investment that's required at the most senior leadership positions without some knowledge associated with and comfort in the process that's taken place. And we've lacked that. And so in my tenure, to be presented with a candidate at the time of contract approval is it's quite discomforting. And while I recognize the challenge that we face in terms of that individual having been through a process with the administration, in my experience here with this board, I've had to vote either yes or no for a contract that's quite a big expenditure, and has more so than that, the opportunity cost of that individual being the right person. So when we talk about the operating model that you're describing, it requires huge volumes of trust between administration and the board. And so the way that we gain that trust over time is through communication. You've said it many times. So one of the questions around surprise is, if the board is confronted with a surprise, that is, here is the person, vote for that person today. In my chair, that's a really difficult vote to confirm. So much rides on these positions at the assistant superintendent level.
So
If I
how-
could give a,
Real quick, so to follow up on that, so how do we get a comfort level for the board to be able to render that vote? Like, what does that look like?
Well, I think if we take each of those, each of the examples, if we took the CFO, the CAO, and the most recent hires, and we looked at each of those processes, all three were different. I view that the board participation in the last process, in spite of the fact that it was during this interim period, it had a lot of value. And you described it, Dr. Gordon, as participation either from a committee chair or some other board designee in that interview process, but also the dissemination of a discussion around who that candidate is and why that candidate was selected, other than the presentation immediately prior to the vote. We have had the kind of communication that builds trust that the process has gone well. Also, a discussion simply about the process, the volume of candidates, who's been interviewed, would be valuable also. So I look at that and say,
Love
the more
it.
communication we have that's within the realm of the required confidentiality,
Mhm.
the better.
And I'm gonna, oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
gonna let Ed go. Okay.
I'm gonna push back a little bit. I totally agree that trust is the main issue. I totally agree that we should know what the process is. I would love to know who the candidates are prior to the vote. However, being part of the interview changes a whole dynamic of what the board is about. In 6 months, we could have a completely different board being involved in the hiring of of high-level folks in our district. Next April, when we're in the hiring process, we could. Does that new board have the background, have the knowledge, have the investment in the strategic plan that we put forward? We are not a consistent group. We change every 2 years. We come with different agendas. We talked about the whys we're here. That's a very different piece than in business. That's a very different piece when you're hiring teachers. It's a very different piece in education. I'm not comfortable that the board is involved in the interview process. I think we should know what the process is, but I'm not very comfortable in saying, okay, we've got an opening, 2 board members sit on this. Because what if I'm not one of those 2? How can we've got to build up this trust level that doesn't come because of an election. And we hired somebody we trust to do the very best job of building that team to do the work. I can be the one person who feels that way, but it's to me, having been through the organization at the level of hiring important people, there's a trust level that the superintendent's going to do the work.
If I can just add something though to what Joe said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. So I think there's sometimes inadequate information though for that vote, and to have that confidence and to have that trust. And I think that's one of the critical aspects of it. So whether they're sitting on the hiring committee, which I was involved in one of those, and it was a good experience. And as Dr. Gordon said, I didn't insert myself into the process. I was just one of the individuals involved. I think what may be helpful and what we would use in the talent management world was a candidate profile, a candidate summary coming out of the interview process that was extremely valuable to the people that would be making the decisions, whether they were involved in the interview process or not. So not just a resume and a CV, but an actual representation of the interview process without, again, breaching any confidentiality issues or things of that nature. That gives a little bit more context to the people who do need to vote yes or no. However, I do disagree because I do think there is value in having the board involved in that process, as provided they are not inserting themselves and owning the process.
So I will jump in and say I have some agreement with a couple of things that people have said, to what Becky said. There is some necessity to back out. We do need to let, Paul do the work and direct differently. I wouldn't think it's appropriate for us to be, or any board member to be involved in a principal hiring. That's too many layers beyond where we are. I think there should be some involvement and knowledge of whether the process started And that we're not being surprised, as Joe said, here's the person and let's, okay, vote. And not really having any knowledge about the person, or their background or why they're a good fit. And the profile is something that, I was thinking that would be very helpful, as we had profiles about our candidates for the superintendent. That would help us make the decision. Do we need to be present at the interview? I don't know. If the process is sound and it's reviewed and audited, I don't know that we necessarily need to be there, because really the work is yours, Paul. So.
So if I can just give, there's been a little bit of an evolution in this since I've been on the board. We used to just extremely close to what Mr. Lackner said, that we'd show up, there'd be somebody's name, and sometimes those names, there's no possibility we would have known them until the Thursday prior. So timely dissemination of the information. But the other thing that was added, and I can't remember, Heidi, you might remember this. We used to not even have any sort of a curriculum vitae on anyone. And then at one point we said, well, we want to know what these qualifications, and it might have even preceded your time, I'm not sure. You're correct. But it was a good thing, because we found out, we were able to see, and even at a bare minimum, a dissemination of that information in a timely manner, so that we could say, well, wait a minute, this guy got his degree from the University of South Pacific on the left side of the street. That's not a good university for me. I'm not so sure I'm comfortable with this. So I think historically we've gotten better. But the other thing is that we talked earlier about the fact that policies are never going to operate in perpetuity because of the new interpretation of new board members. The one thing that we can do in perpetuity as board members is hopefully hire the right people. And that will be done in perpetuity, that if we get the right person that stays with the district for a long period of time. And that's something that I think there's a value in us knowing, and perhaps having some participation in that process. Again, we're not going to be able to do that with teachers. We're not going to be able to do that with principals, assistant principals. But when we're talking about the cabinet level positions, perhaps that is something that's of value.
So do you have something to add?
Just one quick thing that maybe for when new board members come on and the board structure changes, not structure, who we have on the board might change, having some policy, just saying, these are the categories that may include a board member on the panel, and maybe something like that would be would be beneficial to new board members.
Just real quick, going from good to great. What's the research say? Do great districts have their board part of the hiring? So if we're looking at an audit, I'd like to have that research as well.
I think that's a great point. If I would kind of summarize really what I think the need is that's being expressed, is that the board members need to have additional information so that they feel prepared and comfortable to make a vote on the hire. As you are working with Marcy to identify what that process is going to look like, and it may look different depending on whether it's a principal or a cabinet member, if you would please incorporate that in and then come back to us with a recommendation on how you think that works.
I think it's a great place for us. Hopefully my cabinet is set. I think everybody has left who are leaving, and now we're good. But I have great clarity as to what you're seeking. I so value this conversation today. This one was really important. But I did hear from the consensus of the board that at that principal level, that's not where we're at, but still the process, the communication of the process and that profile of the candidate that we're bringing forward is critically important. When it comes to that cabinet, which nobody would leave me. Right? That's a different conversation that we'll have. So if the board's comfortable with that, I really appreciate this conversation. Okay, that was 8. I know we're almost there and we're almost right on time because these next pieces really just kind of high level operating, establish priorities and keep the district resources focused on student learning. Set policies, procedures or informational items only. Approve the budget. Listen to and represent the community. Be an advocate and champion of the St. Charles Community Unit School District 303 in public education. Be supportive of students, staff, and administration. Support participation and involvement in decision-making in a collegial way. The board speaks with one voice. Directors who are in the minority agreed to support board decisions when action is taken. The board role is not to do the work of the district, carry out policies or micromanage, creates surprises, advocate board responsibilities, press narrow personal agendas, make promises as an individual board member. The role of the superintendent is not to vote on any topic or issue presented to the Board of Education, create surprises, advocate my responsibilities, advocate for my own personal agendas, make promises to individual board members. And that's important. Those are really high level principles of how we do our work and why we do our work. So I ran through those. So I'd hit my perfectly timed, pretty well known for my timing. Are there any other pieces that we're missing within that broader perspective? Okay. I believe. Tammany, did I get everything? I think so. Oh, the norms. Thank you. I was feeling like we had one more. And again, some of these are a little repetitive. The board is a governing body. The board understands and respects the distinct roles of the board and staff. And those are the things that we just spoke about and created greater clarity around. The board and superintendent presume positive intent of board members, staff, and the community. Be cognizant of how questions are phrased. And somebody talked about that earlier. It is being thoughtful about those, but also from our staff side, being okay with questions. It's okay to have questions. It is not a sign of disrespect or lack of confidence in the staff. It is truly to seek to understand. If we mean that as a norm, and to your point earlier, we're not just saying these norms, we have to live these norms. If we truly seek to understand, that's going to be questions. The board agenda is developed to ensure the meeting is run efficiently. That's the board president, vice president, and superintendent. We shouldn't be packing the agenda so it's running until midnight. The board adheres to the topics of the agenda. Board discussion is for the business purpose of seeking clarity, furthering the understanding, and being prepared to take action. This is such an important one, and we've talked about it in many different ways and avenues, but it's why I wanted to make sure we wrote it out that way. After a motion on an important or controversial agenda item has been made and seconded, the board members are encouraged to share their perspectives on how they intend to vote in order to provide transparency to the community. It's super important here.
I've wondered about this when a board member votes no. Is it the expectation that they will explain why they vote no?
From my perspective, each board member has to, live with how each board member does it. But I think it's incumbent upon, that's the transparency. That's the being able to say, this is my why behind this, for whatever reason it is. And in that discussion time, that's the time to do those questions and asking the conversation and letting people know. Again, I'm not a board member, so role playing here. Superintendent, I will be voting no, and this is why I'm voting no on this action. That's what I need.
I
I
think
think it's, I'm sorry.
I think we've gotten better at that. We've all started doing that as a practice, especially with all of the big decisions we've had to make over the last couple of years.
I think it's important to also mention that it's okay to do some explanation around your yes vote.
Yes.
One in particular, I remember when we were doing what we were directing Becky and how to vote at the delegate. I was struggling a lot with one particular vote. And while I was going to vote yes, I wanted to make sure that I explained why, because it wasn't about me being all for it.
Mhm.
It was, whatever the reasons are behind it. So I'm glad you put this in here because I think it's really important for transparency's sake that the public isn't left to make up their mind why we're voting one way or another. And that communication is so key.
It is. All with a caveat, consent agenda is consent agenda. Thank you. Yeah, unless you pull it. There are no side conversations or interrupting of other board members during open and closed session meetings. Board members come prepared for each meeting. Board members are given an adequate opportunity to participate in discussion and decision-making. And that really is the board chair's responsibility to facilitate the meeting. Board members will contact the superintendent with agenda questions prior to the meeting. We've talked about this one. Board members will state their position concisely and summarize it. If another member has already captured the position on the subject, she will state that without repeating it. It's a tough one, but it does help the meeting go along, so we're not saying the same thing over and over. And the superintendent needs to be careful of that too. The board's treatment of all persons is courteous, dignified, and fair. There's a respectful atmosphere throughout the entire meeting. The board president's role is to facilitate the meeting by monitoring the discussion based on the norms. The board president will check in with board members to invite any new comments or to move forward to the next item. The board president will enforce the agreed upon norms. Electronic devices may be out during board meetings, but should not be a distraction, should not be used for board business. This goes back to all board communication is all out there for public consumption.
Yeah, the reminder that OMA goes for your
Mhm.
phone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little spread out here. I would like to just chat about citizen comments and the superintendent responding. Because I think at some point we had talked about, and maybe it was in an interview with you, that if us, and we have worked with our CAC on citizen comments, and we had talked also with the communications director about how to help the community to know what a board meeting is about and all kinds of things, and it's in our work. But we had chatted about the possibility that if someone does have a comment that can be responded to by the superintendent and maybe even by the board president at some point, that could alleviate some. So I just wanted to be sure we chatted about that in terms of the board meeting.
No, I appreciate that. And Heidi, I've also had this conversation as well. I think there are some low-hanging fruit ones that I feel 100% confident in answering. Oftentimes I won't answer it at public comment because I think it then creates this, given back and forth. But during the superintendent report toward the end of the meeting is an opportunity for me to be able to answer again those questions that I feel 100% certain. And I don't look over at cabinet members and are all like shaking their head no at me. That's never happened, has it, Marcy? Never. Or if a board president is able to do it. But the one thing that we will do is if questions are asked, because again, this is not a public meeting. This is a place for board to do their work. We will respond to their questions. Tammy is taking copious notes. She'll take that question down and we will respond back to that community member in an email form. And we'll make sure the board has that same communication, because there's nothing more frustrating. And I get it. Somebody asks a question and then all of a sudden they have 8 faces looking at them. And then the board president saying, thank you. And they move on. And they're like, what? we will respond. Most of the time, it will be through that email. On a rare occasion that I have the answer in my back pocket, I will take care of it then and there.
I believe we switched a little bit of the order of the agenda. If you guys noticed that, and that was intentional to facilitate that. So if things come up and Paul's able to comfortably answer or address whatever at the time, he'll do that and incorporate it into his prepared comments.
I was just going to add that one of the things that I had typically, because I've had that very thing where somebody asks a question and then they stare at us and say, well, is anybody going to answer me? And the response I've typically given is, while we won't directly respond to that, we hope that will be addressed within the context of tonight's discussion. If it is not, then please feel free to contact the board and we will direct that question to the appropriate person. So it's something we've struggled with. I think every board has struggled with since there's been boards.
Yes.
And so it's one of those things that I think we've talked about, trying to make sure the public is informed that it's not a town hall.
Mhm.
And so that's just the way I've responded to it. In the
No, I
past.
appreciate it. And it's a piece that we can put into the opening script for the board president, because not everybody's used to the board structure. So that way they just know this is what it is. So we're not trying to irritate community members.
That did come up on the CAC when we worked on public comment, for lack of a better term, helping to provide some education or training to the general public, either on a sheet of paper with the public comment sheet where they sign up, or in the statement the president makes, or where the secretary, whoever's going to read that statement. That helps bring the community onto the same page, because as a parent who did come and talk at board meetings, I felt like, why don't they talk to me? But it was my own,
Yep.
lack of knowledge on what the structure was. And if you don't come to board meetings a lot, you wouldn't know. So that was something that we did work on and sent to policy, work on in committee. And so I think that would be helpful.
Well, board.
Um,
Oh,
we back up to the second to last bullet about facilitating meetings. I'm just wondering if we can come up with a consistent way that the meetings are facilitated. While a regular meeting has its own, specific way of facilitating the committees, it just kind of depends on who's co-chairing the committees. So I'm looking for something. How do we recognize that a person wants to speak? Is there something we can do to signal so that the person who's facilitating the meeting can then recognize those people? Can we come up with something more consistent?
perfect.
Can you expand like what you're thinking? I'm not.
For example, it may be that one facilitator may just open it up and look around and let people do their thing. Others recognize a person. I'm looking for some consistency, as well as who desires to speak, because sometimes we're speaking over each other and then we're like, oops, I'm sorry. Is there something we can do that kind of gets more of a pattern down, so we all know how this is going to operate?
One thing I try to do is turn my light on. If someone else is speaking, and then I will turn it on because I'm going to say something next. So I'm not jumping in on someone.
And I was about to say that I knew Mrs. Bell wanted to speak because her light was on.
Well, twice I did that and I didn't get to speak next. So
It's like my little on deck signal.
that's why I'm saying, like, is there
Yeah.
something else we can do? Because it's not always working.
We'll work on that. We'll work on that piece.
Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
a good co-chair thing.
Board, outstanding morning. Great meeting making for hopefully all of us. I really appreciate the conversation and jumping in and making this ours. Literally, that was the intent of this work. We'll refine that work and we'll bring it back forward to the board in a finalized document. We're now going to move into lunchtime, and then we'll be inviting cabinet members to join us for the second part of the day. And they're all here. So you already read my mind. I'm like, where? All right.